stream will be starting momentarily. Hold on, please. Thank you for waiting. Hi everyone! Hello, 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 hello! Welcome to the stream, Raven! Welcome to the stream, username! Welcome to the stream, RGB Grim! Welcome to the stream, Putum! Welcome to the stream, Ghost Slim! Welcome, 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 welcome! Thank you all for joining me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it so much. It's nice seeing everyone. I hope everyone had a nice little day today. It's now becoming nighttime where I am, so but right now, so about the points thing, I misunderstood. So the points will be coming when they're unlocked. They're not unlocked right now for some reason. Because I need to stream for 7 days and whatever hours or whatever. Time for some spooks. Yeah, time for some spooks at like 6:33 p.m. at night. My time, EST time. I don't know about others' time, but I hope others' time as well too. Hello, hello, hi, Diedrich. Hi, hi. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Not my birthday yet. Thank you though. Still 10 more days. Yeah, it's dark enough here for spooky too. Let's go. We're gonna do some reading spooky spooks. All right. So I learned that I'm not changing my birthday. It's been always 10 days. I'm sorry. It's like uh 10 more days. My birthday's the 16th. I'm so happy that I can load. Okay. Let's go. Things are getting good. Things are looking up. Yes, I'm positive that my birthday is the 16th. Oh, really? That'd be cool. No, I don't have birthday every 10 days. What is that? What no, that's too many birthdays. My birthday is only on one day and that is the 16th of December. And uh whatever that day lands on, I know it's in the middle of the week or maybe twice in the week. I don't know. What do you mean? You asked, like, I remember you asking, like, uh, once, and then I was like, 10 days from now. And then you're like, I'm gonna try again. And I'm like, okay. And I didn't understand what you meant. and now I understand, and I'm like, no, my birthday is on the 16th to be exact. 10 more days. That's what I meant. I'm sorry if I miscalculated anything or something. But this music's nice, isn't it? You think? Hi, Dragon! Welcome to the stream! Welcome! Thank you for joining! Thank you! But yeah. Alright, let's go. Time for Higu time. Because if I do that, you get that. Higurashi stream, yeah! It was 5:59, just moments before my alarm would go off. I was amazed at the precision of my internal clock. I had made preparations for the next day of school before I went to bed. I changed quickly and descended to the deserted lower floor. So downstairs. Yeah, Ledwin was very happy. I don't know what he's doing now, but hopefully he's able to make it. It appeared that my mom was still asleep. Neither breakfast nor lunch was ready. Yesterday, I just unilaterally, I'm sorry, I cannot do this. Unilaterally, declared that I would be leaving early today, so it couldn't be helped. 7 streaming days, average of 3, okay, and stream for, yeah, I think, yee! I love each and every one of you. I like how Maichi just sort of, like how I just sort of stop sometimes, but that's not. Thank you for the information. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you. I'm so excited. I slathered jam on some bread and topped it with instant cocoa. Just as I was finishing up breakfast, Mom rose groggily from her slumber. Oh no, I messed up. I know why I messed up. My, Ketchy, you're up early. Is there some sort of school event? My brain shut down sometimes. It does. Hi, world's smartest. Smartest what? Is there more? Oh, hi, world's smartest dodo bird. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. And thank you for the follow. I appreciate it so much. I appreciate you. And I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you. Hi, Home123. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. I hope both of you are having an awesome day today. It's nice seeing both of you. Hello. Thank you for joining. I appreciate it. Okay, let's go. Not really. Answering bluntly, I picked up my bag and stood after stuffing 2 slices of bread down my throat. You're leaving already? What about lunch? If you don't wait a bit, I can't make it. If I waited for her to make my lunch, then it would end up being the same time as usual. Hey, Clemens P! Welcome to the stream! Welcome! I hope you're having a nice day today. Thank you for joining. Also, this must be my first contact with Higurashi. Really? Having two pools, but yeah, because it was too short, and I was like, world's smartest, is there more? So I checked, and you're a dodo bird. Nice. I love dodo birds. They're adorable. I wish they didn't explode, but they're okay in my brain. Like penguins. Okay, if I did that, it would raise the chances of me running into Rina and Myan on the way. Yes, from today onwards, I was going to go to school alone. Oh, big change. I'll be fine for today. Then what will you do for lunch? I'll slip out and buy some bread or something at the store. Really? Then here's some lunch money. Be sure to bring me back the receipt. I never brought back receipts. I didn't do that. For my parents, I never brought back receipts. For my friends, yeah, of course, I brought back receipts and gave them the change back and stuff. Really? Okay, no. I took the 1,000 yen bill from Mom and slipped it into my pocket. It's pretty early. Is Rina-chan up this early as well? No, just me. Did you tell Rina-chan that you're leaving early? I have no reason to tell her every little detail now, do I? Finding it difficult answering the onslaught of questions, I made an annoyed face. Tell Rina that I went on ahead when she comes. Hey, Ketchy, wait! It's not that I didn't trust my parents, I just couldn't rely on them. They couldn't help me. I could only hope that didn't get involved. It was safer that way. My mom's annoying voice was cut off by the slam of the door. For the first time since I moved here, I headed down the road to school alone. Up until now, I had always walked down the same path at the same time each day. Maybe that'll help. um, Up until now, I had always walked down the same path at the same time each day, so I always met with the same people at the same places. But today was different. I didn't meet the people I would normally, and nobody was at the places where I would have normally met them. Of course, Rena wasn't in the spot where we usually met, and there wasn't anyone at the spot where we would have met with Mion. The length of the trees, shadows, the morning air, and the brightness of the sun, it was a completely different type of morning from what I was used to. Without a doubt, it felt strange. It left me with the impression that I had destroyed the illusion Hinamizawa had set up for me before it had even time to prepare all of the props needed to deceive me. My, Kechi-kun, you're so early today. Is everyone meeting early this morning? The person who called out to me was someone we always passed by as they were taking a walk along the edge of the fields. Their name was, I forgot. Nice. Of course, this wasn't the spot where we usually passed each other. I woke up early today, so I thought it would be a good change of pace. That's all. I threw out a random excuse. What about Rena-chan and Mion-chan? Are you by yourself today? Well, yeah. I was being asked the same type of questions my mom was asking, so I answered them in the same uninteresting, vague manner. Hi, home 123. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you. I hope you're having a nice day today. Hello. It wasn't fun. It wasn't funny being asked where Rena was each time I passed by someone, but maybe it was to be expected. But it was because for so long we were always together so amicably. Even I felt that if I let my guard down, we could still be Stop it, Ketchy. Don't think about that anymore. You spent all day yesterday thinking about how dangerous it was to go soft, didn't you? Yeah, don't go soft. Don't go soft now. This is when the hard stuff is happening. Beep, 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 beep! A car horn blared from out of nowhere. Even though I was walking, lost in thought, that horn was way too close. A mechanical behemoth barreled at me from behind, catching me completely off guard. They were trying to run you over. By the time I turned around, the van's hulking chassis was almost on top of me. It's a but weird getting used to Chan and San when mixed in English. Yeah, it's a little bit. It's been a while. Car sounds cute. Car sounds beep 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 beep. I don't know. Have some car sounds. Were they good car sounds? I don't know. I hope so. Yeah, I would hope my car goes brrrr. I would hope so. If it didn't go brrrr, I would be a little worried. But I'm gonna chug water. Hold up. Man, I'm excited for all of you to tell me when I should chug water when I get points. And you're able to use the points, and I'm able to figure out how to do the points. Because that'd be cool. But here we go! I'd seen plenty of cars veer to the opposite shoulder to avoid pedestrians, but this car was doing the opposite. Water power! It's true! Water power! It felt like there was somebody on the opposite shoulder, and the van was swerving in my direction to avoid them. That blissfully ignorant train of thought delayed me from realizing something much, much more important. That large mass was hurtling right at me. Was it going to hit me? The inside of my head instantly flooded with a painfully cold liquid. In that moment, the scene before me, no, time itself, had frozen. See, they're going after you, Ketchy! In the silence of that frozen moment, I compared the van, so close that I had no way to dodge it, and my body, the upper half, twisted awkwardly in order to look behind me. There was no way I could dive out of the way in my current position. If I lost focus now, this moment would unpause and I would probably be plowed over, caught in this silly pose. bend my upper body over towards the paddy by the side of the road. If I bent far enough, I'd get away with just being hit by the van's side view mirror. As soon as the thought crossed my mind, the temporal stasis was shattered by the deafening sound of the van. Did you get hit? The side mirror struck my shoulder, sending me spinning off through the air like a top locked in my contorted position. Ooh. Ooh, that made the splash for me, but I can make one too. That was mine. Okay, go do work. I hope work goes well for you, username. Good luck, good luck, good luck. Bean power. Alright, we're splashing. Sent tumbling through the air, I crashed into the muddy paddy by the side of the road. My entire body was soiled and drenched. Okay, bye, home one. Bye. Have a nice day. I do. I don't know how to delete this because you're not allowed to say this. Ah. How do I? Wait. I don't know how to delete messages. What's this? Uh, click on. I did, but I couldn't do it. When you put your cursor on the message, you have a. No, I only have a reply thing. You're using on the streaming software or via Twitch. Twitch. Twitch interface? What does that mean? Well, I can do that. But that doesn't really. Well, I don't know how to delete messages, but mod tools? Yeah, I did timeout. I just did the timeout thing. Uh Mod tools? Is that in where's that? Hi, Galactic Quins! Welcome to the stream! Welcome! Thank you for joining! Thank you! I'm sorry that you came in with me being confused on how to work Twitch, because I have no idea. I guess I don't have something enabled, but I can time people out, so that works. Click on the setting next to chat. Okay. Oh, I see it. Got it. I understand now. Okay. I'm just gonna keep them on. It's so much easier. Can I just call you Galactic? Is that okay? Cool. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for helping me. Sorry that was a little mess. But we got it going. Hi, Double Plebeian! Welcome, thanks for joining. Thank you. I hope you're having a nice day today. It's going well. Ketchy-kun is going to get hit by a car. And I'm like, yep, he's gonna get hit by a car, alright. Click on the sword below the chat box. Yeah, I did it. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you for the follow, Double Plebeian. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. Okay, so, uh, read that, drenched, but the choice I made in that instant was unmistakably for the best. I was covered in mud, but when the alternative was being hit by the car, it was the closest I could be to being unscathed. Rising out from the paddy, I had enough in me to glare over at the stopped van and yell profanities at the driver. I'm not sure if he was able to see me, but the van sped off suddenly. Wait, damn it! This was that what they call a hit and run, wasn't it? I couldn't help but continue yelling out profanities. The disgrace from being covered in mud hurt me more than any physical wounds. I slogged through the muddy paddy and made my way back onto the road. This is a crime! God damn it! It's only been a total of 4 hours since last night, and you went from. Yay! Thank you, everyone! Thank you, thank you, thank you! I'm so happy with everyone! Thank you, everyone! I appreciate everyone! I really do! I do! Shit! I'll track you down and sue you! Ketchy, I think you're too young to sue, but you can certainly try. If I go looking for a van, I'm sure to find it in this little village. The path I was on had rice paddies on either side, and it had become so narrow that one car could barely fit through. It wasn't a place you could tear full speed down in a car, let alone pass by pedestrians. Not only was it a narrow road, but the car was closer to my side of the road than the other when it went past me. Even as I cursed, I was desperately trying to suppress the dark cloud roiling up within me. This wasn't just a hit and run. That car just now was trying to run me over, wasn't it? Thinking back, I did feel like there had been a car creeping up on me slowly for a while. That's right. As soon as I parted ways with that person taking a walk, I had that feeling the whole time. If it had wanted to pass me, then it had no shortage of chances. Normally, I would have felt suspicious and turned around sooner. But I was lost in thought and now was kicking myself for not realizing it was there sooner. And then, when the path became narrow and there was no one else in sight, he floored it. If I had hesitated for even a moment, the result would have been no laughing matter. As the adrenaline rush from nearly being run over subsided, and the realization of just how terrifying the preceding events were sunk in, there was no doubt about it. That van was intentionally trying to hurt me. A cold, vicious sweat seeped from my scalp and slid down my back before dribbling off. I struggled to avoid falling into a panic. There was this, there was still the possibility that this was really just an accident. Calm down, Ketchy! But also, don't be so naive, Ketchy. Being that lax will get you killed next time. You need to always be on your toes. Don't give them any openings. If my enemy was really out to kill me, then next time they would use a more reliable method. If that time came and I was acting like I was now, I being covered in mud was the price I had paid for my own naivety. Covered in mud, but without injury. Not even a sprain. I guess this was what you would call the silver lining. I began walking again, this time cautiously. I wouldn't even show a hint of carelessness. I had suspected only Rena and the others up until now. No, it was because I suspected them that I had believed there were no other enemies. Of mud. Oishi-sen had said so, didn't he? There was the possibility that all the families of the village were involved. Was I really mired so deeply in this situation that I had no choice but to try and carry on as usual? Wouldn't it be safest just to hold myself up in my house? But the moment I abandoned my regular routine, everyone around me would abandon theirs as well. That was just too horrifying of a thought. I recalled the tales Oishi-san told me of when Hinamazawa was still called Onigafuji, a frightening tale of an entire village of demons hunting their prey, surrounding them, and eating them alive. One must not interfere with the demons. One must pretend not to see it. The enemy were numerous, all the village families. The villagers, with their unwavering faith in the curse, would do nothing to help me. The strong, sudden flash of sunshine made me slightly dizzy. I had no idea what was going on anymore. When I suspected it was the work of a man, I would catch a glimpse of Oyashiro Salma's curse. And when I suspected it was Oyashiro Salma's curse, someone would poke their head out. What was coincidence? What was intentional? Who was my enemy? Who was just a bystander? No, what I really, truly wanted to know was, how did I end up with the proverbial bullseye painted on my back? Eventually, an answer in a form I could understand will appear. I don't care when that will happen, because until then, I cannot die. That alone fueled my resolve to fight, and it will keep me alive. Yeah, it's gotta keep you alive, huh? Staying alive, staying alive. I don't know the rest of the words. Staying alive, staying alive. Okay. I remember seeing the metal bat in the gym storage shed, but there was a padlock on the door barring my entry. No, I've messed up because I keep thinking that it's okay. At the very least, I wanted to get my hands on it before everyone else arrived at school. Determination! I circled around the school grounds impatiently, but all I could find were things like pieces of lumber, nothing that I could bring into the classroom easily. Then I had an epiphany. I should search inside the classroom. If it was something in the classroom to begin with, then there wouldn't be a problem. I could tell that everyone's indoor shoes were still in their lockers. Good thing I came early. Nobody else was here yet. I wondered, what could I find in this classroom? I didn't think I could find an especially effective weapon like a bat, but it couldn't be helped at this point. Until the gym storage shed was open, I needed to find a substitute. A lingering hint of naivety whispered that there was no way I'd be attacked at school, but such soft ideas would no longer protect me. To think that they were slowly making their way into parts of my life that I had once thought impenetrable? In the worst case, my own house might not be safe anymore. That was an incredibly frightening thought, but I believed that not considering the worst case scenario would have been even more frightening. Anyways, I'll survive. So long as I live, then I will definitely be able to escape this labyrinth of nonsense. Definitely. Really now? My exploration of the classroom came to an impasse. That much was to be expected. There was no way there would be anything that could be a weapon in this classroom. In case of emergency, there was probably nothing I could do but swing my own chair around. My gaze landed on the lockers that had come to be used for personal storage. The locker that Myeon used to store her pile of games were among them. There was one for each person in the class, all lined up. Of course, there was one for me as well. Oh, yeah, there was supposed to still be a tracksuit in my locker. Seeing me covered in mud would be strange. I should go change later, but first I needed a weapon. If one of my classmates came, it would be hard to rummage through all the lockers. I swiftly began opening the lockers one by one. They were mostly just filled with things like gym clothes, personal items, umbrellas. An umbrella. Ooh! If I couldn't find anything better, then this would have to be my weapon. I was about to give up finding anything decent when I opened the locker that the exact held exactly what I wanted. An umbrella! It was, without a doubt, a metal bat. It was well worn and pretty beaten up, but there was no doubt but it was usable. In that locker that reeked of mold, there were also hung a baseball uniform. It was probably the locker of a student in a pee-wee league or something like that. I thought I thought Ketchy was going to say like student in a pee locker. I wasn't expecting Pee Wee League. I don't know why I thought he opened a mold filled pee locker fill when he opened the door, but I mean, in his situation, I think I would take the metal bat too, even if there was pee. Even if there was pee on the umbrella, I'd be like, okay, I'm just gonna like infect them with this pee-filled umbrella and molds, and just go poke to them and hope they die of syphilis. I don't know what can you contract through Pea mold umbrella. What can you contract with pea mold umbrella? I don't think anyone can contract pee and mold. Like, pee's just filtered. People drink pee. Ew. Why? I mean, good for them. It doesn't hurt anyone, but I don't know why I'm talking about this. I'm sorry. Let's move on. Let's go back to Higurashi. If that was the case, then he'd probably ask for it back. I don't know. I'm sorry. I didn't know what to do. At that time, I could hear the voices of the children scuffling their way noisily in from the hallway. Amongst them, I could make out Rika-chan and Satoko. Oh, yo, it suddenly got loud. Good morning. Good morning to you too, Rika-chan. My, you're quite early this morning, Kechi-san. I nonchalantly hid the bat I was holding behind my back. What is with your outfit? You're covered in mud. Yeah, I had a little incident. I'm going to change now, so cut me some slack. With that said, I began taking off my clothes. Satoko began to blush, just as I expected her to. Changing in front of a lady? How you no tact at all? I would think that a lady staring at someone who was changing would be the one lacking in tact. There's no changing room for the boys, so just deal with it. I mean, he has a point. As Satoko feigned disgust, she went into the hall, still blushing. Conversely, Rika-chan continued to stare at me, preparing to change. If Rika-chan is a lady as well, then I don't think it would be appropriate for you to be watching. I'm not a lady, so it's fine. She deliberately pouted and looked at me with upturned eyes. Then, starting now, you're a lady. If I'm a lady, then I suppose I must. Rika-chan, appearing to be satisfied with being considered a lady, made her way to join Satoko in the hallway. Mudman! Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, Rika-chan stopped suddenly and turned back towards me. I don't know. Are you going to start playing baseball? It seems that Rika-chan had noticed the bat. Yeah, just, I was feeling a bit out of shape, so I thought I'd try practicing my swing. I think it's wonderful you're taking care of your health. She was talking like an old lady, despite her appearance. After saying that, Rika-chan started to leave again, but stopped and looked back at me once more. Please don't lose that bat. It seems she already knew I took it out of someone's locker. There was no name on the locker door. I didn't know whose bat it was, but I would be borrowing it until they complained. It wouldn't be for long, just until the gym storage shed was open. After quickly changing into the tracksuit, I checked the time. I still had plenty of time before class began because I came so early. Bum, ba-bum, ba-bum, bum, bum. I took the bat in one hand and went out to the schoolyard. That was, of course, to practice my swing. Your swing, you say? Ho ho. I needed to make it known I would always have a bat on me so I could practice my swing. Okay, Clemencipy. I hope you have a nice rest of your night. Bye-bye for now. Bye-bye. See ya. It's gone now. She just likes the bat a lot. The bat? Bat. At some point, the sunlight had become even stronger. Let me go. Let me go. Disregarding my classmates as they made their way to school, I took my position in the shadow of the school building. I wasn't the academic type, and I wasn't much of an athlete either. I might get muscle pain if I just suddenly started swinging. I should at least start out with some warm-ups. I doubt anyone would think I was doing something out of the ordinary, which was the exact opposite of my actual mental state. I gripped the bat and swung lightly. Shwah! The bat was by no means light. The weight would make it a reliable weapon when I needed it to be. Of course, I would only pray that the moment I needed to use this as a weapon would never come. Magnet. Ooh, magnet! Bat magnet! Bat magnet? Of course, I could only pray that just carrying it around could deter attacks against me. At least, that's what I hoped. That's what you hoped. That's what you're hoping, huh? That's what you're. Whoa! Huh? Kei-chan? What are you doing? Being bombarded with such a hysterical voice, I jumped. Whoa, Kechi-kun! Are you on the baseball team? Oh, wait. Kei-chan is Mion. I messed that up. It's fine. The baseball team? That was. It was Rina and Mion. I need to remember because Mion gives it nicknames. Rina does not, which is strange to me. But I was surprised to hear you went off ahead. What are you doing, Kei-chan? Can't you tell by looking? I'm practicing my swing for the championship. You can say it's part of my diet if you want. Diet? Kei-chan, are you really that fat? Bet you didn't know. I actually have a beer belly. It's plump and it jiggles. Plump and jiggles. Rena, you don't have to imagine something weird like that. To disrupt Rena from imagining something that vulgar, I ruffled her hair messily. Well then, hope you make it to regionals at least. This old man will cheer you on. Regionally speaking, it seems that Oshima High is pretty strong. They say their southpaw Kamita-kun is amazing. Good luck. What's I couldn't tell. Hold on, I have an itch on my chin. Seems they made me out as some kind of local prodigy, but oh well. Well, if I really did make it to the championship, it would be a cinch. After all, I'd be the pitcher and catcher. I'd pitch the ball, then run past that ball, I just threw and change over to being the catcher in a burst of super incredible explosive speed. I laughed dryly at the ludicrous image. Coming back to my senses, I smashed the bat against the ground. Oh. Damn it! What am I laughing at? I pounded the ground over and over. With each impact, the reverberation traveling through the bat stung my hands. If they make me smile like that, I'll. You'll what? Don't allow anyone close to me. Don't trust anyone, no matter how many times I tell myself that. If they made me smile like that, I'll. Vomit. I already knew quite well that there were demons dwelling in my smiling friends. But I just couldn't believe it. Did that kind of split personality really exist? Like how Rina confessed to the doctor. Were they simply being possessed by Oyashiro-sama? In other words, did a supernatural being like Oyashiro-sama really exist, and was it possessing everyone to try and kill me? Yeah, that would be wonderful. If only everyone were actually my friends all along, and everything was all just Oyashiro-sama's fault. You damn fool, Kechimabera, come on now! I yelled out, drawing out all the power from the pit of my stomach and raised the bat violently into the air. Stop being so soft! He's very paranoid. As I screamed out with all my might, I beat the metal bat into the ground over and over. With every impact, my weakness was being beaten down. Okay. Smash. Forget. Smash. Don't be soft. Smash. Know your enemy. Smash. Like hell I'd let them kill me. My shoulders heaving up and down from my ragged breathing, I heard the first bell ring just as I calmed down. He bullied the bat! It bullied the bat! He hit that bully bat! Well, how rude. Bat have feeling too. I gasped with a sudden realization. That was the final bell. As I felt all this tension drain from me, I let out a deep breath. My mind was in a muddled state for much of the entire day. I didn't feel like I was awake, but it didn't feel like I was asleep either. Man, those days are weird. I couldn't say it felt especially comfortable, but I felt a kind of relief that the sanctity of the school, part of my daily life, had yet to be violated. How long would I have to keep on living like this? I could only grit my teeth and bear with it as this living hell slowly gnawed away at me. Shy Guy is showing strength. Kichi-kun! Come on! It's club time! Club time! The sound of Rina's voice brought me back to my senses. Come on, K-Chan. Come on, K-Chan. Stop spacing out. Bring your desk, your desk. Now you calling him K-Chan? Ugh. Everyone is moving their desks together as usual. That's right, it was Happy Fun Club time, but I had no intention of taking part. I haphazardly stuffed the contents of my desk into my bag as I prepared to go home. It was a weak-handed gesture to avoid having to actually say, I'll be going home now. What's this, K-Chan? You planning on going home right away again? Sips Lasagna! Hi, Jinsokyun! Welcome to the stream! Welcome! Thank you for joining! Thank you! I hope you're having a nice day today! Yay, 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 yay! He's sipping... I was about to say he's sipping lasagna, but you're sipping the lasagna. He's just filling his bag full of stuff. Chug the lasagna! Garfield. I'm just not in the mood. Could you just let me be for a while? The tone of the words that spilled from my mouth matched Mion's disapproving glare. It felt like the air in the room had dried out. Satoko looked like she was about to say something, but perhaps dissuaded by the mood, she swallowed her words and stayed silent. Nobody said a thing. I took that to mean that I could leave if I wanted. But the collective gaze of the four of them, like the tiny pins used to mount an insect in a display, held me in place. Rina was the one who cut through the heavy mood. Kechi-kun, you just didn't like playing with girls, I guess. I guess. She said it in such a melancholic tone that it sent a wave of pain racing through my heart. If this pain was going to kill me, I wanted it to be the soft part of me that could still feel pain. I tore at my chest, violently tearing out the pins that held me in place. That's not it at all! I'd only be hurting myself by saying anything more, so I swallowed my words. Cutting things off there, I turned away and entered the classroom. They didn't speak a word to me as I left. Oh my. It was a long, dull trip back home, but I didn't lose focus. I firmly squeezed the grip of the bat, which was already soggy from sweat. Realizing that, I wiped it down with my sleeve. If something were to happen, I wouldn't want it to be slippery. Since this morning, I'd become especially sensitive to the presence of cars. Even while walking, my ears pricked up and sought out threatening sounds and presences that could be closing in. And that was why I could hear it. Without a doubt, they were footsteps. Those footsteps had matched up perfectly with mine for a while now. From what I could sense, it was just one person. But I had no intention of being careless. Did they intend to follow me like that car this morning until we were in a good location to assault me? Then it wasn't a good idea to keep walking like this. More drink. Delicious drink. I stopped walking and looked back. The wooded path crowded the trees responded with silence as if there was nobody there to begin with. But I wouldn't be fooled. I was certain footsteps were following me. And just as I stopped, the footsteps stopped as well. Oh, that's spooky. Meaning, the person following me wanted to keep their distance. That was, without question, proof that I was their target. Oh, man. I held my breath, waiting for that presence to panic and start moving again. The trees rustled with the sound of the wind. The Higurashi also joined in the dissonant chorus, trying to throw my focus into disarray. You know what? I'm going to try and join the Higurashi. That probably just sound like a vomiting cat. Never mind. Had 5 minutes passed, or had I been like this for a whole 30 minutes? It was so hard to breathe that I might have suffocated. It seemed I would be the first one to panic. Without a doubt, he was lurking in the shade of that tree with bated breath. Then, I'd make the first move. I fixed my grip on the bat. I raised it up to my shoulder to be ready to swing it at any time. Hey! I know you're there! With all of my might, I screamed at whoever was hiding in the shade of the trees. But the presence in the shade didn't budge. Until the moment I found them, they had no intention of revealing themselves. I know already! I know you're there! I screamed out angrily at them again, but even still, they didn't move at all. Then I'll go over there myself! Are you just paranoid, Ketchy? With all due vigilance, I approached step by step. Stepping into the tree's shadow, I saw a human figure. That figure was curled up like a small animal. Rena! When she realized I had found her, her expression softened. She seemed apologetic, but wasn't going to speak a word. Did you have some business with me? I wouldn't accept that silence and screamed a question at her. Not really, it's just, Rena was in a panic with tears welling up in her eyes, but it was obvious that she had been following me. What about the club? What about the club? Since you're not, I'm not. That shouldn't matter. Don't mind me and just play. But I'm just worried about you. Thinking about how I had been acting up until now, it wasn't hard to imagine that my behavior could have been perceived as strange. Serena was concerned. At a quick glance, that's how it would seem. But I wasn't going to let my guard down that easily. Even if that was really the case, she still wouldn't have to do something like try to tail me. Such worry, such worry she is. She should have called out to me when I was leaving and gone out right with me. But Rena didn't do that. She kept her distance from me and matched my walking speed. On top of that, she matched the sound of her footsteps and deviously tried to hide her presence from me. Then, after she realized I noticed she was there, she held her breath as she tried hiding from me. She wore a timid expression that would force one to take pity on her, but without a doubt, she was tailing me. Stop following me. How? Still glaring at Rena, I continued walking onwards. After I'd walked for a bit, she ignored my command and began walking again, so I yelled at her once more. I told you not to follow me! Eek! But my house is in the same direction. Then walk ahead of me! I'll start walking once I can't see you anymore. I moved out of the way and waved my bat violently to urge her forward. I'd like to go home together with you. Making a pitiful expression, she meekly squeaked out the words in a voice that she knew would cut into my heart. That agitated me to no end. I knew it was a lie. If you wanted to go home together, then you should have called out to me. Now you're just blurting out random lies. Sorry. I'm sorry. It seemed that the seething anger within me was written all over my face. Even without me saying anything, Rena had understood what I was feeling inside. If you get it, then go! I swung the bat, urging her again to walk. Rena looked back and forth between me and the bat and started walking hesitantly, then stopped again. Go on, then! Hurry! I'm going, so please stop with the bat. It's scary. Rena guarded herself while pointing at me holding the bat. She may have realized that I wasn't planning on using this bat for baseball. I lowered the bat, but still guardedly opened the way for her. Go. There's no problem now, is there? Damn. There was nothing else she could protest. She passed by me timidly so as to not set me off. As I watched her pass by, she stopped completely after having barely moved at all. Hey, don't stop! Then a powerful gust blew past us, barraging my face with dust. Barraging. The dust got into my eyes and clouded my vision. While rubbing my eyes with my left hand, I swung blindly with the bat in my right, protecting the small opening I had presented. But Rena didn't even try to attack during that opening. Attack me? No. She hadn't budged an inch. I could tell from the sound of her fluttering skirt in the wind. As her skirt settled, so did the silence. At that moment, the voice inside of me immediately warned me of impending danger. I was caught up by surprise. The smell of the air had changed. Without me realizing it, the air around me suddenly felt like a calamity was about to befall me. It was like the air had suddenly become invisible concrete, like Rena and I were locked in this space. Rena didn't move an inch. Also unable to move, I stared at her back. Rena was the first to break the silence. Instantly, she altered her stance. I felt like I had just witnessed her shift from Rena into that other person who looks like Rena. But the voice was one I knew well, which filled me with a kind of bewildering pity. Carelessly, I felt relief upon hearing that pitiful voice. Uh, um, well, excuse me, but, can I ask you something? Too shy to even turn around, Rena squeezed her voice out desperately as she trembled. What? Uh, well, well, Why do you have a bat, I wonder? I wonder. The question Rena asked was by no means unexpected. I can carry whatever I want. But you didn't have one up until today. Why so suddenly? It's all right if I decide to do something suddenly, isn't it? Is it strange that I have a bat? But because Ketchy, you're not the kind of person to play baseball. It's weird. I couldn't tell what kind of answer she was looking for, and I was getting tired of answering her. I just suddenly got the urge to play baseball. Is that so weird? It's weird! She answered instantly, and that annoyed me slightly. I just suddenly wanted to play baseball, and I wanted to practice my swing, so I'm carrying around a bat. What's strange about that? Strange. Weird. Definitely. Why has Kichi-kun also... Your ramblings are annoying me. Is it that strange for me to have an interest in sports? I tried to sound a bit more threatening to end the conversation. Until my suspicions about Rena were cleared, I had no obligation to answer her questions. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Don't get so angry. Rena still didn't turn around and spat out words of apology one after the next. Just one last thing. Tell me one last thing. I don't feel like talking anymore. Hurry up and go. I yelled loudly at her, causing her to flinch like she had been struck. Seeing her in such a pathetic state caused my heart to ache sorely. But even though she was afraid, she stubbornly kept herself from moving. Before I was able to threaten her again, Rena asked her final question. Why is that bat the same too? What did she mean by the bat was the same? Oh man, bat was the same? Same as Satoshi's? I had no idea what she was talking about. What are you saying? I mean, why is even the bat the same? I don't understand what you mean at all. Say it clearly. Even still, Rena didn't turn around. After inhaling deeply, she screamed. I mean, why is even the bat the same as Satoshi-kun's? Satoshi being... Huh? Upon hearing that name out of the blue, I became dumbfounded for a brief moment. By Satoshi, did she mean the student who transferred out last year? No, that couldn't be. Rena had tried to cover it up by saying she transferred, but Uishi-san told me quite clearly that he was missing. He was the student who sat at my seat up until last year. He was believed to have been demoned away by Oyashiro-sama's curse. I didn't know the details about his disappearance. The aunt he lived with was killed the night of the Wanagashi by a drug addict, and not long after that, he suddenly vanished and was now missing. That Satoshi and I were... What? My gaze fell to the bat in my hands. Could it be? Satoshi Hojo. It was a bit difficult to see, but that was what was written on the white tape at the end of the bat. Oh man! Things are getting good! I see. So this was Satoshi's bat. Oh. This was Satoshi's bat. Since nobody was using it, I borrowed it. That's not a problem, is it? That's not it! The way Rena said that made it seem like this bat was something that should never be touched. Like it was some sort of offering at a shrine, or a memento of the deceased. I could only stand there, perplexed and unable to respond. Rena continued speaking without waiting for a reply. Why is it that you're doing the exact same thing Satoshi-kun did when it happened to him? Rena was talking about more than just the bat belonging to Satoshi. It was the same with Satoshi-kun. He joined a baseball team, but he didn't really like baseball. What does that have to do with me? Satoshi-kun also suddenly started walking around with a bat one day. He joined a team, but he wasn't the type to play sports. What about it? I closed my mouth before I could say that out loud. Listen, carefully, Ketchy. Rena is trying to tell us something important. Satoshi-kun also, one day, came to school all by himself all of a sudden. Just like Ketchy-kun! Then one day, he suddenly started practicing his swing. Just like Ketchy-kun! Then one day, he suddenly began carrying the bat around with him. Just like Ketchy-kun! Then one day, he suddenly. Then one day, he suddenly what? Rena had swallowed her words. Rena's sudden silence brought a hush back to the surrounding area. It was then that I could finally digest the content of the entire conversation. She was saying my chain of actions was exactly the same as Satoshi's. What was the meaning of this? Up until just now, I'd forgotten all about Satoshi. I had never paid much thought to him in the first place. Not only that, I didn't even know anything of what he'd done. Oh yeah, this will definitely help Ketchy's paranoia. Most definitely. Definitely. I agree. My actions today should have been my own creation after all the planning I had done. But they had been the exact same as Satoshi's. Then Satoshi. No, more importantly, if both Satoshi and I acted the same, then there was a really good possibility that what happened after would be the same. Rena, that day, what happened to Satoshi? Rena knew. She knew what became of Satoshi. No, forget about what happened to the guy in the past. Rena knew what was going to happen to me. Answer me, Rena! Satoshi, what happened to him? With that, I grabbed Rena's shoulder violently and forcibly turned her around to face me. As I faced her, I felt a jolt travel through my entire body. I told you, Ketchy-kun. It was that person that I didn't know. At least, it definitely wasn't the Rena Ryu who I'd been talking to up until now. The voice just now didn't have a trace of the trembling or emotion that it had before. The amount of regret I felt for turning her around so carelessly was unsurpassed. That gaze was pierced like a cold needle. The smile on her face that evoked an image of having been carved out by a knife. Chills went down my spine. My mind froze under a layer of grime. Both of Rena's eyes pierced through mine, leaving me unable to look away. As if to remind me of the fear from that time before, Rena brought her face close to mine, so close that I could feel her breath. Her face had filled my entire field of vision. Then, her sharply shaped lips grew even sharper, like the curve of a crescent moon. She grinned. I told you, Ketchy-kun. After a short pause, Rena repeated the same words again. Satoshi-kun, you see, transferred out. Transferred meaning what? What Rena meant must have been some new definition of transfer that I was previously not aware of. My throat and lips dried up. I couldn't even acknowledge what I had just heard. All I could do was swallow down my own saliva. It would seem that Reno saw that as a nod. She pulled her gaze back and spryly stepped back 2, 3 paces. As she did, my legs gave out and I fell to my knees pathetically. Rena, and me on my knees underneath her emotionless smile. That had to be a very odd sight indeed. Seeing me in the pathetic state, she neither scoffed at me nor held out her hand, but I could neither stand nor escape with her gaze shooting through my eyes. There was undoubtedly metal bat in my hand, but right now it was useless to me. I was like a fly caught in her web. Heavy sweat beaded all over my body. I could feel it dripping from my skin. But you won't, will you, Ketchy-kun? Rena finally released me from that cage of time after what felt like an eternity. But her question was missing something important and was incredibly vague. Once again, I swallowed hard, urging her on. Do what? What did she not want me to do? Transfer. She doesn't want me to transfer. Does that mean death? Or did he actually transfer? Heck yeah, pinch hitter. Satoshi and I had what? All my well planned actions throughout the day turned out to happen nothing more than a reenactment of what Satoshi had done. Man, that must suck. Just being prepared all of this only just to fall in the trap of like, oh, I've just been doing what they've been doing the entire time that they've not been wanting me to do, but I've just been playing in the hands of what I wanted to do while unknowingly setting off this bomb trap of events. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. But yeah, that must really suck because like he's losing his mind. He's doing his best. He's working hard. I think he's working hard. What about everyone else? I think he's doing good. He has a metal bat now, so that's pretty chill. Um, all my well planned actions throughout the day turned out to have been nothing more than a reenactment of what Satoshi had done. Satoshi, had he really been in the same situation as I was now? The friends he had gotten along with had changed suddenly, and for no reason, at least none that I had noticed. Planned to kill him? Then, fearing for his life as I am, he got a bat to protect himself and carried it around every day to practice his swing. And then one day, suddenly, he transferred. My blood went cold, causing a prickling sensation to course through my veins. Starting near my heart, it radiated outwards, from the top of my head to the soles of my feet, chilling every part of me without resources. What did she mean by transfer? What did she mean by transfer? Was Satoshi still at wherever he transferred to? Was he the only one who would be able to understand me? Would he be able to tell me why it all ended up like this? More importantly, where did he transfer to? What did she mean by transfer? What did she mean by transfer? Before I knew it, I was at my front door. The frigid knob was hard to turn. Was nobody home? It wasn't that odd of an occurrence. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the single key attached to my first seal keychain. I stepped into the entryway. Just as I was about to take off my shoes, a chill ran down my spine. Someone had entered right behind me, like a classmate messing around, standing right up against my back. You're kidding, right? It had to be my imagination. Logically speaking, it was impossible for someone to be able to hide their presence within my personal space all the way through that door. But there was undoubtedly someone behind me. Hey now, you're a rock star. Come on, go play. Hey now, you're an all star. Something, something, dun 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 dun. Da, 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 da. Okay, I'm done with that. Hey now, Catchy. How do you know they're there, even though they're behind you? Because I could hear the sound of flowing hair. There's no other reason I'd hear that sound. That was the presence. Because I could hear the sound of them blinking. Wow, Catchy Mabera, what's going on with you? He's going superpowers. Catchy Mabera, there's no way you could hear that. It was mostly instinct than anything else that was warning me of that presence. Common sense was telling me that it was just my imagination. It was just my imagination. There was nobody behind me. I began to erase the mental image of an eerie figure standing behind me. But at the same time, I asked myself, if there was nobody, then what was I feeling? As an uncomfortable sensation crawled up my spine. Actually, wouldn't it be better if there was somebody there? If there was somebody there when you turned around, would you be able to accept that? I'd be able to answer all of those questions just by looking behind me. But I didn't have enough courage to even do that simple task. Oh, right, I could try speaking to them. The person behind me might answer me. It was a random thought. I didn't care how I went about it, just so long as I didn't have to turn around. If I had calmed down and thought about it, I would have known that that wouldn't have solved anything. Who is it? I spoke in such a hoarse, broken voice that I couldn't believe it was my own. I could almost feel them contemplating their response. I felt it. There's no way I should be able to do that. Calm down, Ketchy. It's all in your head. That time, I was certain I heard it. As if hesitantly trying to answer my inquiry, I was certain I could hear the sound of somebody inhaling. I heard it. I heard it. I heard it clearly. It was a girl. A young girl. I didn't know who, but a tiny speck of courage in me, however reckless it was, inspired a primal yet fitting solution to this current predicament. A scream. All the force of my body released from my lungs and through my throat, ceasing all thought processes in my head. Suppressing all my thoughts and emotions, I began to collapse like a house of cards, somewhere managing to twist my body and look back as I did so. It was definitely there. Right there. Somebody was there. Until the moment I turned around, until I brought the area behind me into my field of vision. They were definitely there. Falling face up, my eyes traced the remnants of the presence suspended in the empty space. It couldn't be. They were invisible. They looked like they weren't there. But were they actually still standing there? As I screamed, all the emotions I was holding back burst free in a violent wave. However, I was decidedly calm as my emotional dam collapsed. The turbulent wave of pent-up emotions was skillfully diverted into a torrent of aggression. That emotion was definitely required to extricate myself from the bizarre situation happening right in front of me. In my state of heightened lucidity, I entrusted my body to the fury. The metal bat held firm in my right hand as if drawn there by a magnet. A mid-level sweep would be the hardest attack to dodge. I remembered reading something like that from a book about swordsmanship or something. I brandished my will to fight. The aftermath of that amalgamation of metal flashed as it swung from left to right, beating against the entryway. Oh my. The bat slammed into the right wall, the tip rebounding violently. Very calmly, I transferred the force of the rebound into a sweep to the left. The door of the shoe cupboard was split into pieces. Those two swings whiffed through empty space, but they seemed to have a great psychological impact on the enemy. I could feel the panic emanating from that space. The attack wasn't the only thing required. I extracted the bat from the cupboard it was embedded in and screamed as I spun my entire body around in a large arc. He is losing his mind? My scream shook the air, imbuing my ferocious swing with even more destructive power. Crack! Without mercy or restraint, my violent strike, with certainly fatal force behind it, shattered the top of the cupboard. None of my attacks struck the enemy, but my ferocity had certainly seemed to impact them. Breathing heavily, my entire body soaked in sweat, the invisible enemy, there, but not there, dispersed. When I was certain that the enemy had retreated, I locked the front door and latched the chain. No way. Had it only feigned retreat and was now inside my house? Once again, I channeled my aggression and searched the house for the presence. Kitchi, you're gonna destroy the entire house. You're gonna destroy your house, and when your parents do get home, they're gonna be like, Kitchi, what the F? And then you're gonna have to be like, there's a ghost in this house, Mom. There's a ghost in this house. And then you have to try and explain it to your mom as your mom's looking at you, calling a place for you and to help you, and you're just there off losing your mind, even though you have every right to lose your mind, because, like, you're going through it, boy. You're going through the motions. I had succeeded in fending it off. At that moment, the tension drained from my body and I let out a deep sigh of relief. All of the emotions I'd been holding back chaotically merged together and began to flood out. A hodgepodge of fear, accomplishment, and disbelief all mixed together and began to flow through my body. Unable to deal with each individual feeling, I beat them all back with the strongest exhaustion. Even in this moment, I remained composed. After checking that all the doors throughout the house were locked, I went up to my room on the second floor and closed the curtains. I straightened my back and tilted my head a little. After clearing my mind of all my idle thoughts, I managed to calm down even more. What was that at the front door? There was definitely something there. Thinking about it, maybe it was just an apparition I dreamt up in my confused state, but I really didn't think that was the case. Calm down, Kechimabera. Compose yourself. But no matter how calmly I thought about it, what just happened wasn't a figment of my imagination. It was obviously a supernatural phenomenon, and without a doubt, someone was behind me. It wasn't some sort of illusion I saw amidst my confusion and disorientation. Proof? I had just one piece. When I asked, "Who is it?" they inhaled as if they were about to answer. That sound had clearly reached my ears. The situation I was in right now was still unclear. I'd been possessed by the supernatural phenomenon known as Oyashiro-sama's curse, or this was a ruse by the villagers who believed in it and were imitating it. Either way, their motives were unclear. The roundabout way it had been done was also still a mystery. If it was perpetrated by humans, that would mean admitting that it was Rina and the rest of them doing it, but it would be solvable. After this chapter, I'm going to take a small break, and I suggest people take a break as well and do the big stretch and get the big waters and the big gulps and stuff when I take my break. This is only a suggestion. It's nothing that you have to do. It's just probably healthy, and it's nice taking breaks. So after this chapter's done, I'm gonna take a small break and put stuff away, and then we're gonna start with chapter 12 after. Yeah. So thank you everyone for sticking by me. I appreciate all of you. If it was perpetrated by humans, that would mean admitting that it was Rina and the rest of them doing it, but it would be solvable. Oishi-san and the rest of the police would surely arrest the enemy. But if it was a manifestation of Oyashiro-sama's curse, I wondered what would happen. Oyashi-san very clearly declared that curses didn't exist. At that time, those words were pretty dependable, but as things were now, with the rising possibility that the perpetrators were not human, these suddenly seemed quite unreliable. If I told Oishi-san this was the work of Oyashiro-sama's curse, what would happen? I couldn't imagine his reaction, but it would go without question that a void would expand rapidly between myself and Oishi-san. With me having so few allies to begin with and not being able to confidently declare whether or not this was a curse or not, there was no merit in doing that. I better keep the facts of what just happened at the doorway to myself. It would be better if I didn't add what happened here to the memo behind the clock. There was still the ever so slight possibility that I was actually confused when I thought I was composed, and I was just going berserk in the entryway. How wonderful would that be if that was really what happened? I would be able to refute Oyashiro-sama's curse. But if I denied Oyashiro-sama's curse, then that would mean admitting that Rina and the rest were the perpetrators. If I said that Rina and the rest weren't the perpetrators, then that would mean believing in Oyashiro-sama's curse. By denying both of those, I would be admitting that I myself was losing it. The three options from which I couldn't choose became a trilemma of sorts. They mixed together and formed a whirlpool in my head, making my head spin. Once again, I straightened myself and leaned my head back slightly to cool myself down. Calm down, Kechi. Accept what was actually happened as reality. Stop thinking of anything more than that. But I couldn't help but think of it. How wonderful it would be if it turned out I was delirious and everything up until now was a figment of my imagination. Oyashiro-sama's curse wouldn't exist, and I would still be bestest buddies with Rina and the rest. I would have to be crazy. That was the first time in my life I'd ever wished for such a thing. I don't understand why it's doing that. The phone rang noisily downstairs. We're stuck with that noise for the moment. Why do you move? Why does your mouth move when I move? Something. It's going fine. Everything is fine. Phone noses go brrrr. Pretty much. Ah! I thought it would have worked, but it didn't. Let's go. Generally, there were no calls for me, so I never really answered the phone much. But since my parents weren't here, I had no choice. I squirmed off the bed and went downstairs. Hello, this is the Mabera residence. Kechi, this is Mom. I intuitively had a bad feeling about this. It was because I thought she was going to ask me to go out and buy some things. So I took the initiative. What? I don't mind having instant noodles for dinner. There's still a lot of them. The other day, we went out as a family and bought a whole case of cup noodles. I wanted to get a bunch of different kinds, actually, but they refused since the individual packs were expensive. So instead, I got a whole case of the mega-sized pork bone and ginger flavored ones I liked. Yeah, so long since having a house phone. But my parents don't like strong flavors and didn't touch any of them, so the cupboards were still full of them. So you see, there really isn't need to go shopping, right? Kechi, I'm not asking you to go shopping. Both Mommy and Daddy have to go to Tokyo right now because of work. Huh? Right now? This was really abrupt. No, we're already here. We left this afternoon. It's quite a distance to Tokyo from Hinamizawa. Gunning at full speed down the highway would still take 6 hours. Ow. Dad has a license, but since he doesn't like the highway, they likely took the train. It would have been taken longer. I'm thinking you might understand since you heard us speaking last night. but it has to do with Daddy's contract. Right now, things aren't going so smoothly. Now that you mentioned it, I did remember that they talked all that time about how his job prospects weren't looking so good. Daddy is really sensitive about things like this, so if we leave things as they are, it will affect his work. Part of my father's particular fragile artistic personality, his emotions changed as easily as the fall sky. You could also just say you couldn't take criticism. But something like that can be done over the phone. Ketchy, this is your father's job, so you can support him a bit, please. Anyway, it's just faster to talk about it in person, so there wouldn't be any misunderstandings. As their son, there was nothing more I could say once they started talking about work. So we'll be back tomorrow night. Ketchy, will you be fine on your own? It's not like I'll die or anything. Last words, Ketchy Mabera. Last words. Ketchy, you shouldn't speak so lightly of dying. If there's something troubling you, just talk to us. I believe Mommy will be able to help out. Yesterday I did bring up if I died rather abruptly, so I suppose they were a little worried. But really, I was more depressed by the fact that nothing would be solved by telling them. But I didn't plan on dying, at least not while I still knew nothing. I would never allow it. I won't die. I won't. I'll survive, even if I have to gnaw off my leg like in Saw. And when like, hi Ghost Slim, welcome to the stream, welcome, thank you for joining, thank you, hello. All alone, no adult supervision for Kitchi-kun. He's gonna have a bunch of girls over, and it's gonna be a murder party. Ever been to a murder party? Neither have I, because I don't think I would be here right now if I went. Yeah. See you then. Tomorrow morning, make sure to wake up and eat your breakfast, and don't forget to take a bath and brush your teeth. Yeah, see you. The call ended like that. Sometimes my parents went off to Tokyo for business meetings, but Tokyo was far away. They normally did things by phone. The times they did go were normally planned out in advance. It never happened this suddenly. I couldn't say that those circumstances didn't feel strange, or rather, unnatural. Ah! Uh, recognize the reality of the situation. That tonight, I was the only one in the house. That when my parents came back from work, I'd be gone, missing, vanished. Looking back on the series of events of the previous 5 years involving Oyashiro Sama's curse, it wouldn't seem that strange at all. Come to think of it, it was getting pretty late. I didn't think it was good that the only light on in the whole house was from my room on the second floor. It was the same as broadcasting to the enemy that my parents were gone and this was their chance. First, I ran to the living room, flicked on the lights, and turned the TV on to reassuring volume. Next was the study. I similarly turned on the lights and some music. With this, from the outside, it looked like my parents were here. Once again, I went through the house, checking to see if there was anything left unlocked. When I saw the veranda and the laundry still hanging out there, I went pale. That would have made it too obvious. I needed to take it down. I snatched down the laundry haphazardly and erased all traces that my mother wasn't there. It should be fine now. Ah! The garage! They hadn't gone all the way to Tokyo by car, but they had gone up to Okinomiya Station. The garage was empty, wide open, and in plain sight. This was not good. I panicked and rushed out of the back to close the normally open garage door. Should be fine now. Ah, I needed to get the paper. My mom always got the paper. Since they left in the afternoon, the evening paper was still out there. My premonition was correct. I pulled out everything from the mailbox and dropped it in the entryway. With this, for sure this time, it should be fine. Come to think of it, leaving the cupboard busted like that from my little freakout was kind of bad. I'll just say I tripped and fell, and the bat I was holding smashed into it. Even so, just leaving it in its current state wasn't good. I should clean it up a little before Mom got back and scolded me. I remembered that there was a broom and dustpan in the closet. As I was going to get them, the phone rang once again. Dumb phone. Stop ringing. Hello, this is the Mabera residence. Oh, is this Ketchi-kun? Is your mother around? She isn't here at the moment. You idiot, Ketchi Mabera. Don't reveal that your parents are gone. You can follow up still, calm down and take care of it. I think she'll be back soon. That wasn't a good response either. Now they might say they'll call again or tell her to call them when she comes back. Then that's fine. It wasn't anything important. Well then, sorry for the bother. The scenario I feared didn't play out, eliciting a sigh of relief. That call was fortunate in more ways than one. I had to deal with more telephone calls coming in for my parents tonight. Was somehow able to deal with the phone call just now, but I couldn't continue to rely on such poor improvisation. I needed to make up a good story to explain that my parents were home, but couldn't answer the phone at the moment. They're napping. They were making tempura and couldn't step away right now. That wasn't good enough. They were sick and went to bed because they weren't feeling well. Was that going to be safe enough? I was thinking about it on the way back to my room when the phone rang once again. It was like they were calling because they knew I was going to lie. I didn't want to pick it up, but I knew I had to. They'd suspect my parents weren't here. I should have just taken the phone off the hook under the pretense that I didn't realize that it was. But since the phone rang, I had to pick it up. I prepared myself and lifted up the receiver. Hello? I stopped announcing this was the Mabera residence. I had no reason to be kind to someone I didn't know the identity of. But unlike my uncouth voice, the person on the other side sounded goofy and lighthearted. Hello, my apologies for calling so late. This is... Oh man, time for a wishy voice! Oh, I need water for this. Hold up. I hope everyone's prepared for a wishy voice. Okay. Ugh, stretching. Let's go.
Hello, my apologies for calling so late. This is Oishi from the Okanomiya bookstore.
Oishi-san?
Is that you, Mabera-kun-san? It's San. I'm sorry. Good evening. Good to hear you are doing well.
Wait just a moment, please. I grabbed the portable handset and rushed up to my room with it. It was the same no matter where I was since there was no one else home, but I wanted to be in a spot. Thank you. But I wanted to be in a spot that just felt a bit safer when speaking on the phone with Oishi-san. This is... sorry for the wait.
How are things? Anything changed since then?
Since then? When was that exactly? There was something about the brazen way he talked, but that rubbed me the wrong way. Dude, the way Oishi-san talked to you the entire time, you were rubbed the wrong way the entire time he even looked at you. He didn't even need to speak at you, Mabera-kun. He just looked at you and you're like, this man is trouble, but I'm gonna help him anyway because he suspects my friends, and my friends are my friends, and I needed to buff him, and blah blah blah. But instead, he just got rebuffed, and buffed more because you kept believing Oishi-san and his side instead of your friend's side, and now here you are, smashing invisible people with a bat, threatening them with the stuff, you know? Mabera-kun, you need to calm yourself. Calm yourself and release your butt. Got it? Good. Let's go. The last time I spoke with Oishi-san was 2 days ago. The day I stayed home from school, I met Oishi-san on the way back from the hospital, and when we headed into town for lunch and had to talk. Then after that, Rina and Miyan came to check up on me. Whenever I spoke with Oishi-san, they always knew about it. It was like that since the first time I met him. Today's phone call may well be found out by them as well. Hello?
Can you hear me, Mabera-san?
Huh? Ah, sorry. What did you say?
I asked if anything's changed since last time.
There wasn't an answer, so I got a bit worried. Not really. The words stopped in my throat. There was a ton of stuff that happened, all of it baffling. What should I talk about? I didn't understand any of it, but I should try asking. If I didn't ask now, I may never have another chance. This night, when my parents weren't home, I had no guarantees I would make it through the night safely, after all. Well, Oishi-san, it seems that someone is after me.
Really?
It could all just be a coincidence, but that day I missed school when I was sick, the two of them came to check up on me.
Which two?
Rina and Miyan. They started asking about how I had lunch with you.
What next?
They left me some mochi when they came to visit, but there was a needle inside. Fortunately, I somehow didn't swallow it. I wonder, could that have just been a threat?
About the needle.
It was just one of those common sewing needles you see all the time. There was a hole to the thread string through.
Not that, Mabera-san. The needle itself. That's evidence. It could be used as proof that they threatened you. Where is that needle?
Oh, damn it. That's right! That's it! I dropped the receiver and rushed downstairs. When I tossed the mochi, I'd overlooked it out of terror, but that needle was a valuable piece of evidence. I had certainly thrown the mochi and needle at the wall together. If it was there, then it would be on the living room wall. Didn't your mom pick it up? She's like, the fuck you do this for? And it's like, are you serious right now? Are you serious? Barakun, your mom probably already picked it up. Your mom probably was like, damn, my child's dumb. But my prudent mother had cleaned that living room wall, and there was not a trace of mochi left on it. Duh! Could it be that it dropped in the gap between the wall and the carpet? I mean, that's a possibility. Because your mom probably didn't clean that thoroughly. I frantically searched by running my palm along the carpet, but nothing turned up. I tried moving around the sofa and desk, pulling up the carpet, then flapping it around. But I couldn't find the needle. I hope your mom is a diligent cleaner, because that sounds dirty. Did my mom clean up everything without noticing it? It was just 2 days ago. I didn't know what day they collected the burnable trash, but it may still be in the trash bin in the kitchen. You just left a wishy-san. I rushed into the kitchen, opened up the lid of the pail, and poured out the contents, but even at a glance, I could tell that it would be incredibly difficult to find the needle in this pile of trash. Needle in the haystack, except with trash, that's gonna smell. Mochi with needle flavor. Mochi with needle flavor. Metallic and blood. I was looking for a needle in a trash stack. I know, I'll try running my hand through it. It was a bit gross, but I was looking for a needle. Ugh. But if I felt a small prick, I'll be able to find it. And then you die from tetanus. No, I don't know. It was a pretty tactless method, but it was the quickest. I held my breath and started striking the pile of trash with my hand. Filth flew about. There was nothing more disgusting than this, but it was not the time to be concerned about such details. I continued on for a while, but nothing turned up. I wanted to search more thoroughly, but I was still on the phone. I shouldn't keep Oishi-san waiting for too long. Later, when Mom got back, I'd have to ask her if there was a needle. I hastily began scribbling on the notepad affixed to the refrigerator with a magnet. Was there a needle? I scrawled the words with a red pen. I then dashed back up the stairs, where I had been keeping Oishi-san waiting far too long. Why didn't you take the notepad with you? Why'd you leave the notepad there? Like, you should have took it with you, and now it's just chilling there. Delicious water. Hello? How did...
Hello? How'd it go?
I couldn't find it. I was really overwhelmed back then, and...
I see. It would be great if you could find it. Keep it safe.
That's right, the needle wasn't the only incident. I had to tell him about this morning with the hit and run. Also, Ishi-san, that isn't all. Actually, this morning, that van was definitely aiming for me. I could say that without question due to the circumstances at the time.
Did you see the license plate? I can search for it from here.
Damn! I just flipped out yelling at him back then, but I didn't look at the plate. Damn it, Babaris-kun. What failures on my part with the needle and the plate number. Damn it, Mabara-kun, look at you fail. How could you? I'm joking. This is all fake. If it was real life, it'd be totally different. I was so focused just protecting myself that I let some of the most important details slip out of my grasp. I punched my pillow, annoyed at how worthless I was. I'm sorry. I didn't know much more than that. It was a white van.
Nothing to fret about, Mabero-san. Anyone would be shaken up after that hit. Being hit.
Excuse me, I got hit by a car. That was interesting. But it was like more she backed up into me. So she didn't run me over specifically, but I did get hit. It was more of she was trying to push me with her car. It was weird. But yeah, so that happened to me in my life. I guess all of this really isn't a coincidence, is it? Wishy-san started to hem and haw over on the other end. I could imagine him folding his arms.
Also,
Rina is acting strange.
How so?
What Rina said on the way home today, asking why I was so much like Satoshi-kun. Now I could say it with confidence, that Rina knew what happened to Satoshi. She knew that there was more to it than him just simply disappearing. Rina knows. She knows something regarding what happened to Satoshi, the kid who was demoned away last year.
What would that be exactly?
Rina said I was the same as Satoshi. She said something to the effect that the way things are going, I'll end up with the same fate as Satoshi.
Fate, you say? Exactly what kind of fate did she say would befall you?
Transferring out, she said.
Transferring out?
Rina said Satoshi transferred out. So given how things are going with me, I'll transfer out too. Oishi-san let out a stern sigh and then grumbled loudly.
Mabara-san, that was completely some sort of threat. Or maybe some type of warning.
I thought so too. At that point, I started to think, would it be prudent to sum up everything that had happened up until now as the machinations of some human perpetrator? Rather than the theory of it being Rina and the others, I was left with Oyashiro-sama's curse actually existing as the only other explanation. Of course, I couldn't tell that to Uishi-san, except Rina's strange behavior could be proof of either scenarios, whether it was Uishi-sama's curse being real or everything being part of a conspiracy committed by all of the villagers. Rina was involved. Rina had to know something. Rina was suspicious. What exactly was Rina? I couldn't help but think she was somehow involved with the prior string of mysterious deaths. I seem to recall that Iwishi-san had admitted that he had dug into Rina's past a little. He was probably just downplaying it when he said a little, meaning he had actually dug pretty deep, most likely. I wanted to hear about Rina. I wanted to know what happened to her previous school, among other things that were still unknown to me. If Rina was somebody I should suspect. No, not that. I wanted to know the truth. Tonight, I was alone in this huge house. Even though I said I couldn't count on them, I had lost the security I felt I had just by my parents being around. It wasn't like this house was some sort of fortress or castle. If a malicious person decided to use brute force, they'd easily gain entry. There were no other residents close to the Mabera residence. No one would be able to hear anything, no matter how loud it was. I had never felt as much resentment towards my father's artistic temperament and the fact that he had this house built in such a remote location as I did right now. Oh, that spooked me. It was bing bong. It was a bing bong. I wondered if I would still be here by tomorrow morning, so I had to ask, right now, because I had no idea when the next chance would come. Um, Oishi-san, I have something I wanted to ask about. Please don't keep anything from me.
Sure, ask away.
Even though he was so far away from on the other end of the line, this was the most reliable he had ever felt. I wanted to ask about Rina, about what happened at her previous school. Actually, regarding Rina's... I noticed a sound that had been going on for a while now. Since I was so focused on the call, I hadn't paid attention to it at first, but I finally realized it was the doorbell. The time was 7 o'clock. It was past the time the postman would be making a delivery, and past any sensible time for a neighbor to be visiting. I considered just acting like nobody was home, but that wouldn't be good. That would ruin all the work I had put in making it look like my parents were home. I need to answer the door.
Hello, Mabara-san.
Ah, sorry, someone seems to be at the door. I'm going to see who it is.
A guest? I see. My apologies. Should we end this phone call now?
That would be a problem. No, I'll be back in a second. Do you mind if I just leave the phone on?
It's fine. I don't mind.
I dropped the handset on my bed and dashed down the door to the door. I needed to make up a good excuse to get them to leave. I had a hunch it was the lady who called right before Wishy-san did, in which case it would be one of the neighbors who's friends with my mom. Goodbye. um. Doo-doo. Okay. In which case it would be one of the neighbors. Yeah, bots. Bye, bots. Who's friends with my mom. I'll just say my mom isn't feeling well and went to bed early. Whoop, 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 whoop. That would be the easiest option. It'd be hard for her to ask me to wake my mom up if she's not feeling well. The bell continued to ring at regular intervals. If someone didn't answer after you rang the bell so much, you'd normally give up and go home, wouldn't you? Without removing the chain, I opened the door slightly and peered out at the visitor. A chill ran down my spine. I knew it. Somewhere deep inside, I had prepared for this moment. I tried to escape by imagining it was the easiest person to deal with, one of my mom's friends. Oh man. Good evening, Rena. There shouldn't be any reason for Rena to come over at this hour. The timing also made me feel uneasy, because it was just as I was about to ask Wishy-san about Rena. I wish I could have chalked this up to mere coincidence, but those unsettling words from Mion several days ago echoed back to me. There's nothing this old man doesn't know. It's true. Are you alone, Rena? Yeah. It seems that Mion wasn't with her, but that didn't change the situation at all. Why did you come here? Hey, Ketchi-kun, I'd like you to open the door so we can talk. Can I come inside, I wonder? I wonder. Yep, the clothes are here. It was true that speaking through a chained door wasn't the right way to talk to a classmate, but at my house, the chain has to be on at night. Don't worry about it. Then it can't be helped, I guess. Rena pouted rather sadly, but she kept smiling at least, and her effort to keep that smile up was quite pitiful. Even though she was tugging at my heartstrings, I didn't lower my guard. As long as I stayed like this, even if it made my heart ache, my life wasn't in danger. What I really feared, more than the possibility that hoodlums would assault me if I removed the chain, was trusting Rena enough to remove the chain and having my friendship betrayed. As long as the chain wasn't unlatched, even if it made my heart ache, I wouldn't have to deal with being betrayed by Rena. Since it didn't seem like I'd removed the chain from her silent urging, she appeared to give up on trying to get into the entranceway. Have you eaten yet, Ketchi-kun? No, I haven't eaten. Since my mom wasn't there, dinner wouldn't be ready no matter how long I waited. I laid down when I got home, was woken up by the phone, and didn't have a chance to eat since I used up all the time talking. I was going to have cup noodles in any case. I could just eat one whenever I wanted to. No, not yet. What about it? Then good. Look here. I brought a bunch of dishes. Mina held out a stack of boxes wrapped in a cloth. If I could use your kitchen, I can heat up the miso soup and other stuff. It's fine. You don't need to do that. But there's a lot of tofu and vegetables in it. Does Ketchikun not like that type of stuff? I wonder. I wonder. There's no way I wouldn't like that. I love miso soup with lots of ingredients: white radish, carrots, burdock root, and potatoes, dense and fibrous root vegetables. I don't like radish. I don't know how I feel about white radish. I think I like white radish. Is that pickled radish? Is that daikon? I think it might be daikon. Then I like that radish. I don't like the other radish. Yeah, that miso soup looks incredible. I also brought rice, so if you microwave it, you can eat it really quickly. Without a doubt, rice needs miso soup. It's true. Stuffing rice down your gullet, sipping miso soup in between ravenous bites? Oh, yes. How wonderful it is to be born Japanese. Okay. Also, I made some more pickles. I made sansai pickles this time. Before I moved here to Hinamazawa, I scoffed at the mountain vegetable called sansai, but I was captivated by their charm the first time I tried them. Such a deep yet light flavor. The vegetables from the supermarket were tasteless and bland compared to these. We don't know that yet. Yeah, daikon. We don't know if there's any needles yet. If you had to describe them, then they were the vegetables for the uninitiated. To become an expert such as myself, you first had to partake of sansei. It was common knowledge around here that the Ryugu family's traditional pickles were wonderfully delicious. No matter what kind of pickles they were, they'd go so well with that fluffy white rice. And also, and also, but wait, there's more. So delicious. It just seems so delicious. Farewell, my unhealthy self who said he'd make do with cup noodles. Rena appeared to be in good spirits, and she was offering such a delicious sounding dinner. The stress evaporated from my gut, and hunger reared its vicious head. At the same time, my wariness of Rena suddenly dwindled. Oh no. Rena did say she was alone. It shouldn't be a problem letting her inside, though the possibility that it was laced with poison still hadn't been ruled out. At that moment, a cold chill ran down my spine once again. I couldn't understand why such a sensation had occurred just then, but the voice inside me was sounding the alarm. Rice that is white. There's also brown rice, and there's also purple rice, and there's also different kinds of rice. There's also rice with stuff in it, and there's also rice with other not stuff in it, and it's just plain white rice. Or there's also sticky rice. Sushi rice is sticky rice, I think. I don't know. Maybe they're called different things. Who knows? I don't know. I don't know rice etiquette very well, but I do know rice sources sometimes. But I do enjoy rice, and I do enjoy. Yeah, purple rice. My mom used to make purple rice. It was gross. She put beans in it, and I'm like, are you really doing this to me? This happy Rena, speaking of this charming dinner, was dependent on one premise. And that premise was that tonight, dinner hadn't been made at my house, meaning it was under the assumption that my mom, who should be making it, wasn't here. I think you can make any rice any color if you add food coloring, but I think the purple rice is its own specific rice. I think it's healthier for you, if I remember. At any normal household, 7 o'clock would be around the middle of dinner time. If my mom were here, we'd be eating dinner around this time as well. The fact that she brought over all of the makings of a meal at this time was inherently strange. Unless she knew. Rena, did she? Did she know that my parents weren't home? But there was also the chance that this was a bluff. I had turned on the lights and a bunch of other stuff to make it seem like my parents were home. There were a chance that Rena was unsure if my parents were home, but I had to wonder. The laundry, the garage, the evening paper. There were plenty of signs of them being hastily tidied up. It was hard to say that Rena didn't have a chance to determine if my parents were here or not, but there was no reason for me to confess that right now. I should try holding on to the fact as long as I could. First of all, the chain was still latched. As long as I didn't take it off, Rena wouldn't be able to do anything to me. I'm quite grateful, but dinner will be ready pretty soon. Huh? Is that so? Is that so? I know you went through a lot of effort and everything, but, well, unable to think of a good way to refuse, my words trailed off weakly. But some of this could work as side dishes, I think. I think. I'm sorry, we have more than enough already. My mom always makes quite a few sides, so. Huh? You have side dishes? With a smile that bordered on a cringe, I dodged her questions apologetically, but the feeling I tried to ignore began creeping up on my back. I spoke as if my mom was setting down dinner right now, but it didn't mesh well with what Rena was saying. Rena was talking as if she was aware of some obvious fact, and that I was aware of it as well. So Kichi-kun can cook! What did you make, I wonder? No, well, it's not that Rena had assumed out of nowhere that I had made the dishes. No, not so much that I'd made them, but rather that my mom hadn't. Did you really make them? The side dishes? Did you, Kichi-kun? It wasn't me who made them. My mom did. No, she's making them. Right now. So you see, I'm sorry, but I can't eat what you brought. Rena fell silent at that moment. At that moment, I felt that the light had suddenly disappeared from her eyes. How about I try guessing what Kichi-kun dinner will be? It doesn't matter what I'm going to eat. Let's see. The conversation might appear natural at first glance, but Rena was firmly in control. It felt like I was being interrogated. Your dinner. I wonder, is it something that can be made with just hot water? Hey, now stop with the insults. I can't believe you'd belittle my mom's extravagant dinner like that. Tickets sold out, full capacity already. That's amazing. I tried my best to put on a strong front, but I couldn't grit my teeth quite right. So instead, I looked like someone who was borderline hysterical. Verena showed no reaction whatsoever, even to that silliness. Kechi-kun, did your mother really leave you dinner? No, you see, she didn't leave me dinner. She's making it right now. It's almost time for dinner. Rena had taken that assertion of mine, that my mother was home and making dinner right now, and was completely ignoring it. I could tell that the more I panicked, the colder Rena became. Hey, Kechi-kun. At that moment, an uncomfortable chill crept in the gap from the gap of the doorway. Is your mom home, I wonder? I wonder. I couldn't keep up this charade anymore. Rena, she knew full well that my parents weren't home, but I'd come too far to admit that now. Anyway, my parents were here, and we'd be having dinner soon. That was the situation I had concocted. So I answered. I told her she was here. She's here, of course. I could feel the humidity drying out from the surrounding air. Rena's eyes were becoming even more frigid, piercing me with their gelid glare. Why? Huh? What do you mean? I tried acting casual, but that facade was torn off me the instant I looked into Rena's eyes. That look, it informed me of Rena's response faster than she could open her mouth. Why have you been lying to me? I wonder. I wonder. I I'm not lying. That's a lie, isn't it? It's not a lie. Lies! Rena's outburst sent a jolt surging through my body. Rena and I were still separated by what few inches that slightly ajar, but still chain door could afford. But despite that, I was still being concerned. My house, which I'd considered a safe haven until now, had become more like a dark alleyway where no one could save me. Shall I guess your dinner, Ketchi-kun? Let's see. I knew that now that Rena had already known that my parents would not be here tonight. But it was still so strange that it had come to this. Even if she somehow knew that my parents weren't home, there was no way she should be able to guess what I'd be eating tonight. But Rena said she'd guess. How could she guess it? How could she know it was instant cup noodles? That's right, isn't it? That I was going to eat. Wait, the cooking repertoire of a man who can't do housework is probably nothing but cup noodles after all. Looking at this statistically, it was the most probable answer. That didn't mean she was guessing. I don't think you'll be full with just noodles. I think having rice and stuff will definitely hit the spot. Calm down, Ketchumabera. This was just coincidence. Rena was just reading certain tells of mine, so the fact that she was inferring what I was thinking alarmed me. But it wasn't as if she was actually reading my mind. If it was being read, then she was a demon. No, not a demon. Things like that, they couldn't possibly exist. Do you like them? Do you mean noodles? No, fucker. Rena indacted that the point my answer was addressing was wrong. Dude, just let her in. She just want to make you dinner. Just dinner, that's all. She doesn't want to slice you open or nothing. Just make you some dinner. Her rebuttal was so short that I momentarily didn't understand the words Rena had spoken. Sorry, Rena. What did you just say now? Huh? About what? Just now. You asked me if there was something that I liked, didn't you? It wasn't long before I regretted how carelessly I'd pushed forward with that question. It was such a simple answer. That was why I wasn't able to comprehend it. Pork bone and ginger flavor. I wondered how I appeared in the moments my mind went completely blank until the moment I was able to recover. Um, as my field of view began to distort, slowly swirling in a counterclockwise direction, I lost all sense of balance. Oops. Why do you know that? I didn't even deny it. That was the type of frenzied state I was in. How could Rena know even this? Not even caring that as I mashed my head against the door, I fixated my gaze on Rena. But she didn't even flinch when she saw me do that. I certainly did buy them. I bought a bunch at once. I bought a whole case. How could you know that? Why, I wonder. Quite strange, isn't it? Isn't it? How could you dodge the question at a time like this? The chain and the door suddenly were no longer protecting me. How do you know? Why do you know? Answer me! You bought them at 7th Mart, didn't you? A shiver ran up my spine. I tried covering it up with an angry facade. Like I said, why do you know that? I was behind you, following you the whole time. What are you saying? I couldn't understand why she was saying she'd been following me all this time. That's because Rena was right behind Ketchi-kun's back the whole time. Like that night? That night I was absorbed in my phone conversation with Wishy-san. I didn't even sense her being there, standing behind the door, behind me, standing there, just like that. When Ketchy was picking out the noodles, I was watching the entire time. You picked out so many different flavors, didn't you? Then your mom got angry. If you're going to pick the expensive ones, then you should just pick one type, she said. Then Ketchy-kun picked out the big box of pork bone and ginger, flavor that he loves so much. Didn't he? I like it too. Pork bone noodles. But I can never eat a whole big bowl by myself. My brain was paralyzed, dulling my senses. It might have been a defense mechanism to diminish the fear I was feeling to non-traumatizing levels. With the fear being diminished, the fog enveloping my mind was cleared away. Then I could understand what Rena was saying and started to put meaning behind her words. Even so, my fear hadn't subsided completely. Water time! I'm so thirsty! Thirsty! Stop staring with them big old eyes. It was like I was standing at the edge of a cliff, eyes closed so I didn't have to look down. It didn't actually solve any of the basic problems. I slowly took a step backwards, and as I withdrew, Rena advanced. So, Ketchy-kun, can you open this? We can eat dinner together. I'm sure it's going to be delicious, so okay. Rena's pale, slender fingers squirmed through the crack in the door one at a time, as if they had a mind of their own, rattling the chain. Oh no, Rena, don't do that. If she had unlatched the chain from the door, a feeling of terror would have just exploded within me. But Rena didn't do that. She was simply imploring me to remove the chain. She was doing her hardest to light the fuse to the powdered keg in my heart, trying again and again. Clatter, clatter, but it doesn't light. It doesn't light. Open up. Open up, Ketchy-kun? Please go away. I beg you. Please go away. How can you say something so mean, I wonder? I wonder. Please go away. Go away. Go away! The powder keg inside me finally went off. No smoldering, it just exploded. I tackled the door. The force through the door had knocked me momentarily off balance. I couldn't hesitate here. I grabbed onto the doorknob with both hands, planted my feet firmly, and pulled with all my might. But that slamming sound I desired didn't happen. I could feel a tiny, disturbing bit of resistance keeping the door from closing. And the source of that was Rena's fingers! Each of those fingers wriggling, squirming around like the tendrils of a carnivorous plant through the crack in the doorway. It hurts! It hurts, Ketchy-kun! It hurts! It wasn't a harsh shriek, but more of a yelp she was trying to keep back. Go away, go away, go away! I kept on pulling on the door with all my might. I didn't even realize that if I didn't loosen my pull on the door, at least momentarily, Rhea wouldn't be able to pull her fingers out. And that was why the door wasn't closing. It really hurts, Ketchy-kun. I'm sorry if I was messing around too much. Ugh. I didn't care one bit for her apology. No matter how much she apologized, it didn't change any of what she had done up until now. I didn't know what happened, so this is new to me. It didn't change anything. It hurts. It hurts. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go away. Go away. Go away! Rena couldn't leave even if she wanted to because I trapped her fingers. Rena's white fingers had become deep red and were no longer even squirming. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go away. Go away. Go away. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Rena's apologies were occasionally twisted with pain, but like a broken record, she was intent on repeating it over and over. Go away, go away, go away. Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it! I pulled on the door even harder. Finally, Rena's fingers were somehow able to slip out from their imprisonment in the doorway. The moment that happened, the door closed soundly, and I could hear the thud of Rena falling on her butt on the other side. I locked the door immediately. It made a loud clunk, voicing my rejection to Rena. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ketchy-kun, I'm sorry. Open up. Ketchy-kun. Rena leaned against the door, apologizing profusely and nothing else. After confirming that I was sufficiently sealed off from her, I trudged away from the entryway. On the other side, I could still hear Rena echoing her apology. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Those pitiful words, they would be forever seeking my forgiveness. I didn't feel bad about this at all, but that wasn't out of any sort of malice. I felt like a hazy sense of relief that I was able to escape from Rena. Before Mian had threatened me at this doorway, saying there was nothing she didn't know. And just now, at the same place, Rena told me the same thing. My feeble attempts to disguise the fact that my parents weren't home had served no purpose from the start. I should have just pretended to be out and not even opened the door. I have chicken. I wanna eat. Look at that. I took a bite of chicken. Took a bite of chicken. A good chicken. Mm. I'm eating chicken. How other people are able to eat food too. This was a long chapter. Mm. Okay. Yeah, Mugu Mugu moment. I'm excited to play Toho here. Um, I should have just pretended to be out and not even opened the door. My meager plans hadn't helped at all. And Hinamazawa, it was impossible to outwit them. Even though I had, even though I was on the other side of the door, I wanted to get out as far as possible from Rena. Is she sorry? I wonder. I wonder. Oh, Puddum. Thank you, Puddum. One step, two steps. With each one, her sniveling apologies became more distant. I sprinted up the stairs and drove into my room. As you would expect, I was finally no longer able to hear Rena repeating her endless apology. Diving into my bed, I was startled by the hard lump I felt. There was something in my bed? Oh shit. It was the receiver. I finally remembered. I was in the middle of a call with the Wishy-san. Looking at the clock, apparently not much time had passed since I went downstairs. Could it be that my clock had run out of batteries? I had talked with Rena for so long. How did almost no time pass? But the hand on the clock was ticking forward 1 second every second as usual. As I put the still warm receiver to my ear, time, which felt frozen, began moving once again. Hello, Owishi-san. Sorry to keep you waiting.
No, not at all. I didn't wait that long.
It became apparent that the amount of time that had passed between myself and Owishi-san was different. Over the phone, I could hear an energetic voice from a sports program or something. It drove home just how far away Owishi-san really was. Rena came just now.
Did she come to play?
Oh, what a way of wording. I wasn't confident that I could coherently explain the situation to Owishi-san, but I didn't need to right now. Right now, I needed to know about Rena. That's right, I was planning to ask Owishi-san more about Rena, but Rena's little visit had interrupted the conversation. What was true and what was false? I couldn't tell. The one thing I knew was the single grim reality that Rena was suspicious. I might be able to figure something out if I asked Owishi-san about her. Up until now, I had regretted it whenever I forced myself to ask about things that I was better off not knowing. But, looking at it that way, you could say I'd hit the rock bottom. There was no possible way I could feel any more regret than I did right now. No, rather, I wanted to know if there was anything beyond this I would regret more. Forget about tomorrow. It wasn't out of the realm of possibility for something to happen tonight. I wanted to know everything I could. I was absolutely not going to die like this. Not without knowing anything. I definitely won't.
Regarding Rina Ryugo-san? I did a bit of digging. Yeah, well, it wasn't much.
I understood that Oishi-san was talking to us in circles. A bit meant I dug so deep it'd be hard to discuss with you since you're a friend. I want to know everything from your research.
I don't think you'll be very interested in what I have to say, though.
Oishi-san. I spoke as calmly as possible to Oishi-san, who was continuing to avoid the issue. And then I said it. I think Rina Ryugu is suspicious. Even if the past incidents were from Orishi Shiro-sama's curse, Rina Ryugu is involved.
Do you have some sort of proof that makes you believe Rina-san is suspicious?
The manner in which Orishi-san spoke became very firm. Do you have some sort of proof? That was him talking as a detective. I only have circumstantial evidence.
I see.
I could tell even over the phone how disappointed Orishi-san was. Pulling on the fishing line when he felt a bite, only to reel in the bait. Disappointed, but ready to cast the line out once more. That's how it seemed. Oishi-san, could you do anything without physical proof, can you? What I meant was, you can't come and save me without proof? I stuck that barb in there. As Oishi-san loved roundabout ways of saying things, he understood me just fine.
It's fine, Mabera-san. I'll protect you.
That was not the least bit reassuring. Oishi-san was just using me to continue his investigation. I was just going to get killed, and my corpse would be an important piece of evidence. That was all I was to him. Whether I'm alive or dead may be of no concern to your investigation, but it's all over for me when I die. Oishi-san went silent on the other end of the line. That may have been too blunt, but I didn't care. All I needed to rely to Oishi-san was that I was currently in a very dangerous position. So please tell me about Rina.
Satoshi transferred out. Not too far in the future, I'll probably also do a Rina called transferring out as well. But you won't be able to find my corpse. You haven't been able to find Satoshi's body yet. Alright, Mabera-san, please calm down.
I was already suppressing my agitation, even without Oishi-san having to tell me. It wouldn't have solved anything if I continued to scream about my mistrust in the police. It would seem that I could only depend on myself and the bat Satoshi left behind to protect myself. Then I at least wanted to know about what happened before Rina transferred schools.
You're aware that this won't be very interesting, right?
Oishi-san, realizing my resolve couldn't be swayed, finally caved. Right now, to me, there is nothing that I'll find uninteresting. Please.
There are a few things I need you to agree to.
Okay.
Please keep this confidential. Also, part of this may be speculation. Not all of it may be true. Are you still interested?
Excuse me. It might not be true. I don't understand what you mean.
There isn't one main investigation for the mysterious chain events in Hanemazawa. Each one is treated as its own individual case. Thus, Rina Ryugu has never been linked to any of the investigations. Basically, you see, this isn't an investigation of Rina done by the police, and is a personal inquiry, is what you're telling me?
This will make things a lot quicker since you understand. All of it is from either phone calls or meetings and interviews, so they aren't corroborated. I'm asking you to take this all with... Oh, this is still him talking.
I'm asking you to take this all with a grain of salt, is what I mean. Do we have an agreement?
All of it is just from what you heard?
Yes, my apologies. It's all my personal investigation, you see.
That thing before you said you saw Rina's chart, didn't you? I'm sure I heard you say that. Oishi-san paused for a moment on the other end of the line.
I told you that too? Please pretend you didn't hear anything about that.
I didn't care about Oishi-san having certain obligations or responsibilities. I also didn't care if there was no proof. Even if they were just rumors, there's no smoke without fire after all. Please tell me, Oishi-san.
Understood.
Oishi-san finally opened those tight lips of his. Water time. Need the water hydration time. It's water. It seemed that Rina lived in Hinamazawa a long time ago. She had moved to Ibaraki Prefecture after she finished elementary school. Then, following that, right after transferring, the unfortunate incident with the breaking of the school windows happened. Then, Rina confided to the doctor. It was Oyashiro-sama. This was all that he knew. Amazing. For the burgers, like cheese, or like pasta. I'm trying to remember. There isn't much difference between what I know and what you know, Mabera-san. Then what part did you investigate further? I didn't need to ask. It was the incident that happened just after she transferred.
The incident Rina was responsible for, and what she divulged to the doctor afterwards, correct? Yes.
After you learned about that, you started suspecting Rina and the others, didn't you?
Yes, I did suspect them.
So they're the ones after all.
No, that's not what I meant by suspect them.
Oishi-san was the type of person to say things with confidence, but these particular words were less than reassuring. Then, who did you suspect?
That it was Oyashiro-sama.
My god! Huh?
That Oyashiro-sama's curse really exists. Yeah, right, well.
Oishi-san's laugh was quite dry, certainly not the kind that would make you want to join in. Oishi-san resumed the conversation about the dubious circumstances behind Satoshi's disappearance, the course of events up until the start of delving into Rina's past. Just then, there was thunder in the distance, and a heavy rain started pouring down. It came without warning, rain so heavy it felt like it could beat you down. I had left the window in my room open a crack to let the heat out. The violent wind danced into my room, making the curtains flap wildly.
What is it?
Nothing. It suddenly started raining heavily. Sorry, please continue. I got up while still on the phone and closed the window.
I said at the beginning it was an incident, but because neither the school nor the victims filed charges, the police were never involved. So you see, those involved were very reluctant to talk.
Nice, sip wine and happy face. Happy face right back, Puddum. Happy face. Yay. I need to figure out how to do emotions, because I think she has emotes, but I don't know. I need to figure out. Of there being a victim who had one eye beaten so badly that it had permanent damage. It could have
been the school or possibly some individual who made arrangements to keep this from going public. Also, the psychologist was very strict about their professional ethics. Hello? Mabera-san, can you hear me?
There was the figure of a person standing by the light near the mailbox this whole time. Even in this torrential rain, they didn't have an umbrella. They were unquestionably drenched from head to toe. In this shower, which more resembled a waterfall, droplets of water dripped down from her hair. Just standing there, both arms dangling at her side. You love this scene? In one hand was a stack of boxes wrapped in cloth. Her eyes focused on my room, focused on me as I was about to close the window. Her mouth was methodically repeating a chewing motion. It was as if she had something hard to chew in her mouth, with her cheeks puffing out. What could she be eating over there? How could it be that at this time I was more enthralled by Rina instead of the shocking developments being brought to light by Oishi-san? If it hadn't started raining, I wouldn't have gone to the window. Then I wouldn't have noticed Rina, nor would I have noticed that. Rina's mouth was moving in the same pattern. She wasn't eating something, she was repeating something. What was it? Was she repeating to me? What was she saying? And why was I right up against the window, fixated on her? Hello?
Hello? Mabera-san? Can you hear me? Hello?
I'm sorry.
Huh? Mabera-san?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Hello? Mabera-san! What's the matter?
Even in this torrential downpour, Rina was still apologizing. The other self inside me drew the curtain hastily with my right hand, blocking my view of the outside. But even doing that, Rina's relentless apology still reached my ears. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If I forgive you for this, will you forgive me for that? Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. I'm sorry. 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 Damn it! Why did I have to forgive her? I'm the one who wants to be forgiven. What part of me can't you forgive? I won't be killed. If you won't forgive me, then I won't forgive you either. I won't forgive. I won't forgive, won't forgive, won't forgive, won't forgive, won't forgive, won't forgive. I won't forgive!
Mabera-san? If you can hear me, then please respond. Hello!
I'm gonna eat a little more dinner. Our food. And good food. Okay. Okay. Time for break. So let's go. Thank you everyone for sticking around. But now it's time for break time. So enjoy the break. I'm gonna enjoy my break, and I will be back probably in 10 minutes, maybe less, maybe 5. So thank you for sticking around. And I hope to see you after the break. Thank you, thank you, thank you. See you. Have some enjoy rain. Just enjoy the rain. It's fine. It's fine. There you go. Are people enjoying the rain? Hello! I am fat. Break time's over. 15 minutes can save 50% on car insurance. Wow. On the, I wonder if you had good break. I wonder. Thank you, Putum. It was good break. Welcome back, RGB Grim. It was good break. It's nice to see you. Now, it's on to chapter 12. That was a long chapter. It felt like forever, to be honest. Okay, I got more water. Oh, the next chapter? I'm excited to see what happens. I wonder what's gonna happen. Oh, I need to edit the stream info. There we go. Oh, more orange juice. Nice. Are you just on an orange juice kick right now? I don't blame you. Ah. Okay. I guess I'd be. Nope, I'm not even on the right one. I guess I'd be lying if I didn't get any sleep. Said I didn't get any sleep. I tried to stay awake all night, but there were definitely gaps in my memory. I guess I kept nodding off and jerking awake in a panic all night. I Your orange juice, RGB Grim. Is it with pulp or without pulp? I spent all night hugging the metal bat and sat on top of the futon I used to barricade my door, waiting, waiting, watching, just in case someone tried to break in through my window. If I left this spot, someone would break through the door, sending the futon flying and attacking me. But if I stopped watching the window, someone would break through the glass and attack me. I tried telling myself I was just being paranoid, but I couldn't sleep. The thought of being so vulnerable scared the living daylights out of me. If sleep meant taking that risk, I didn't need it. It was so much better to just stay awake. At some point during that endless cycle of nodding off and jolting awake, light began to shine outside, but that was it. It wasn't so much the morning as it was just the sun simply having risen. I snuck a peek out through the curtains. Rena was gone. I couldn't see her anywhere no matter how hard I looked. Ooh, green tea. Nice, nice. Finally, I could breathe a deep sigh of relief. The night was finally over. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tired, but I didn't feel like sleeping at the moment. Hold on, I need to send a message because I forgot. Oh, I guess I already explained it. Oh well, now I can just say that. It's fine. But this is going away. Yay. I saw a Christmas hat, sorry. I still had time, but I needed to make my own breakfast, so I'd better get started soon. Skipping school was also an option. With my mom gone, it'd be easy to play hooky. Honestly, I debated about it. Man, if I didn't have to wake up at the same time as my mom had to back in the day, I could have played hooky so many times, but guilt overwhelmed me, so I always ended up going to school. Lame. Alien school, where you learn about. My school actually taught me about how to do taxes, but I was too dumb and young to pay attention properly. Because, like the. I lost my train of thought, but that is A-okay. We're moving on. Honestly, I debated it. The risk involved in leaving my house was incalculable. Tax classes. No, it was like economic classes. It was economic classes, and it was in it. It was a whole class about economics and bills and stuff, something like that. I just remember my teacher had a burned hand. Yep, forgot his name. I think he enjoyed motorcycles. I don't remember though. We drew on the board a lot. I was a terrible artist back then compared to my friends I had back then. But that's okay. I'm better now. And that's all that matters, so. Waha! 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 Okay, moving on. The risk involved in leaving my house was incalculable, so staying holed up in here was probably my safest option. But staying here wouldn't solve anything. A wishy sand wouldn't help me without cold, hard evidence. Neither he nor my parents. So, unless I found some sort of proof, these relentless nights would never end. I stretched my body, tilted my head back, and closed my eyes just like I did every morning. I regulated my breathing and regained my senses. Calm down, Kachumabera. Let's go to school. Let's wait until they set up their trap for me. But that didn't mean I was just going to twiddle my thumbs. I needed to avoid that trap and secure irrefutable evidence. Take note of the plates of any car that drives by. If I see someone suspicious, take their clothes and face. Ah, the dude just ripped off some girl's face yesterday. I watched it on TV. It was interesting. No, it wasn't real. It was all fake and it was animated. It was from an anime, but I don't know if I should say anything because that's really bad spoilers, I think. So, yeah, it's a backstory thing, and if you know, you know. And if you want to know the anime, I can give you the title, but I don't have to give you the title if you don't want me to. I wasn't just protecting myself, I was preparing myself to turn their attack against them and retaliate. The tension was similar to when two samurai were both aiming to slay each other with a single motion as they drew their katanas. I was not at a disadvantage. I would have a chance to retaliate. I finally felt a bit of courage growing in my chest. All right, let's go to school. I tightened my grip on Satoshi's bat. He was the only partner I could count on. Satoshi, please lend me your strength, and entrust your dying regrets to me, since you were probably murdered. I'll make sure I dispel them. Dude, imagine if Rika-chan and Satoko had Satoshi's body all along and just was like in their shrine somewhere in the back. I don't know what they would be doing with it, but damn, that would be fucked up. With renewed resolve, I checked the clock. It was still early. Of course, I was thinking to school. I was going to school by myself today. If I didn't want to run into Rina or Mian, I needed to leave now. You need to leave now? The shattered fragments of the cupboard were still strewn all over the entryway. Right. I meant to clean that up last night, but never got around to it. The phone call and everything. If my parents came back and saw this while I was at school, I would never hear the end of it. Still, I'd be wasting time if I cleaned it up right now, and considering what would happen if I ran into Rina or Mian, I wouldn't be too late to clean it up after I got back home. Making extra certain that the doors were locked, I left the house. My uniform was still covered in mud from yesterday, so I left it in the washer. Today, I was going to go to school in a tracksuit. By wearing a different outfit this morning, my mind was forced to accept that today was different from yesterday. I had a hunch. Today might be the day I get killed. Keep your guard up, Kichimabera. The only one who gets to decide if today is my last is me. Yeah? I mean, true. You know what I can do? Oh man, it's part of the border. I need to change it. I'll change it later. I spent the morning practice my swing like it was my natural routine. After a while, Rena arrived at school. Our eyes met, but we said nothing. Rena said nothing about last night, as if it never happened. But I could see that those events were real by the wounds carved into her fingers. I just heard her telling Sotoko and the others that the bandages were from hurting herself in the kitchen. Though it wasn't like it bothered me. The details that Oishi-san shared about Rina's incident before her transfer played vividly in my mind. Now that I knew about it, I couldn't even dream of Rina as a cute, ideal girl. Damn. K-chan, I see you're still aiming for the nationals. It was Mian. I had already sensed her approach, so I wasn't that surprised. Oh, Mian, if you understand, then leave me alone. I'm busy practicing. I gave her a curt reply without my usual jokes. Then I gave the bat an even larger swing. Taxis. Tactical? Is that supposed to be tactically? Keeping Mian from getting any closer. Tacity? Tacity? Sorry if I mispronounced that. Hey, K-chan, take it easy. I think Mian got the message, but she still urged to give it a rest. Homeroom's not that far off, is it? Just let me finish practicing. I swung the bat even harder as a sign of my refusal. K-chan, when did you get into baseball? Just recently. Recently? You mean yesterday? Don't ask if you already know. Oh dear. That's a very unsportsmanlike reply. You're distracting me. Go away. I ignored Mian and kept swinging. Normally she'd get mad or bored and leave if someone gave her the cold shoulder like this, but Mian just stood there, waiting patiently for me to stop swinging. I didn't sense any hostility, but we were at school, in plain view. I doubt she suddenly attacked me here. Or was that too naive? Still, I was starting to get tired. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad to take a break and hear her out. You need me for something, right? What is it? Sweat poured from me as I stopped swinging. I noticed my shoulders were heaving as I breathed. I cursed my lack of exercise. At this rate, I might not be able to move as needed when the time came. I should probably keep practicing my swings to build stamina in addition to the excuse for carrying the bat around with me. Well, it's nothing important. If you're tired, I can ask you again later. Now is fine. I'm only dealing with you right now because I judge the situation to be safe. Talking to you alone and away from others? That's out of the question. Well, Mian was uncharacteristically trying to choose her words, but unlike Oishi-san, it didn't look like she was going to talk about something I'd rather not hear. Mian was puzzled, trying to find the right thing to say, but then she gave a hearty laugh to break herself out of that mire. This old man's just no good at this stuff. Having a poor vocabulary hurts. What's this all of a sudden? If you have something to say, just say it. Stop it. Stop that swinging. She cut straight to the point. Her request was so frank, I didn't understand it for a moment. I'd already stopped swinging to listen to her, hadn't I? I just stopped, didn't I? That's not what I meant. I want today to be the last day you swing that bat. I'm sorry. It took me some time to understand what she was asking for. What's wrong with swinging a bat? Why? It's none of your business, is it? I'm not bothering anyone, am I? You are, Mion said it flat out. This didn't make any sense, and that was really irritating. When did I bother anybody? Uh, um. Mion was at a loss for words, but she finally made up her mind and spoke, though she stuttered as she said it. Because Kei-chan, that that's someone else's bat. You shouldn't borrow it without permission. It was left behind by a student who transferred, right? I'm just borrowing it until he comes back for it. Huh? Ah, yeah, he transferred. Mion grew uncharacteristically flustered. That made it all too clear that his transfer was a lie. But strange, isn't it, for the older brother to transfer by himself while his little sister stayed behind? Mion couldn't hide her reaction as my words shook her up. K-chan, you knew? Satoshi Hojo, Satoko's older brother, right? The one demoned away last year. Unable to respond to that, Mion fell silent. Hi, buddy. I love you. You drink your water. Rina asked me the same thing. Why did you start swinging that bat? She told me Satoshi did the same thing, practicing his swings right before he went missing. So, is this some Oyashiro... There we go. So, is this some kind of omen for Oyashiro-sama's curse? Shh! Mion panicked and looked around. Please, K-chan, don't mention Oyashiro-sama so recklessly. I don't believe in him, but the others very much do. Rina especially. Dangerously so? Anyway, you're scaring everyone. If you're just fooling around, then stop it. You have to stop acting like Satoshi. I was the one who was scared. Who do I have to thank for taking up this bat in the first place? But it still unsettled me knowing that my actions were overlapping with Satoshi's. It would be one thing if someone suggested it, but I thought I was making my own decisions. I'll say this now. I don't know anything about Satoshi. After all, you didn't tell me anything about him. We didn't mean to hide it. You were hiding the incidents that happened every year, weren't you? That's because we didn't want to, You didn't want to scare me? That's your reason for leaving me out? No, we didn't mean to. Mion, I asked you directly if something happened at that dam, didn't I? And you told me nothing happened. When someone was dismembered and murdered, you lied to me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lie to you. Friends don't hide things from each other, right? Isn't that right? Then you all aren't my friends. K-chan, Mion looked helpless and flustered. Was I imagining the tears in her eyes? I never could have imagined Mion acting like this. Oh, by the way, those get well mochi you brought the other day, they were good. I thought I was going to bleed. Who did it? You or Rina? Me. She admitted it so easily. I couldn't help but be surprised at how easy that was. You could have killed me. How could you do that to a friend? But it was just a little prank. Mion gave me a wry smile mixed with confusion, causing even more anger to well up inside me. You think that was a prank? I grabbed Mion by the collar and lifted her up. That wasn't the same as putting Tabasco sauce in a piece of mochi. It was a needle, a sewing needle. If I had swallowed that and it lodged in my throat, what did she think would happen? Mion's face froze as her body rattled in fear. This wasn't the Mion Sonozaki I knew anymore. Anyways, you're not my friend. There's no reason for me to listen to someone who's not my friend. So just leave me alone for a while. Got it? Mion wasn't replying anymore. It won't be that easy to erase me, you know. The cops have been on you from the start. So don't think you can make me disappear like you did Satoshi. Wow, he's a jerk, eh? Yeah, sometimes. I think he's just had it. I think he's gone insane a little. Ah, yes, let me put a needle in my friend's mochi to prank them. It's gonna be an epic prank. So epic, bro. Haha, funny. I said it clearly. This was my declaration of war. I think you guys are suspects in the previous incidents, too. I also know you spent a lot of time with the cops ever since the anti-dam movement. Don't think you can hide it from me. Got that? How? How did you know? Mion stood there with a dumbstruck look on her face. That was when I heard the principal ringing the bell for school. It was time for morning homeroom. Let's go. The class representative needs to be there, right? At that moment, for the first time, I realized Mion was sobbing as tears ran down her cheeks. Is this... You're so mean, K-chan. Me... I wanted to console her, but I shut my mouth. I had no need to feel guilty. I'm going. Don't be late for homeroom. I left Mian, still shaking, as I turned around to head for the entrance. I had no idea how troubling it was to make a girl cry. Behind my back, I could hear her muttering. It was a faint mutter as she was speaking to herself. So that's how it is. Huh? She wasn't saying it to anyone. It was Mian talking to herself, but it was a sobbing voice that had a kind of giddy, cursing tone. I inevitably stopped and turned back towards her. So it was that bastard. He leaked it all to Kei-chan. She balled up her fist as her tears continued to rain down. She glared at a spot on the ground with a terrifying yet smiling face, cursing. A chill ran down my spine from that demonic expression. This transformation, Mion's transformation, was different from Rina's. I should have killed him back then. He forgot the mercy I showed him just because he was going to retire this year. Retiring this year? Was she talking about Oishi-san? Damn it. Damn it. I'm going to kill that damn old man. Urgh! It felt like the air itself had begun distorting. With Mion at the center, the world had begun to twist and spiral, bending, whirling. This was the first time I'd known, no experienced such a visage. Wow. Rise! Attention! Mion made up an excuse for her red eyes by saying there was something wrong with her contacts. After that, neither Rina nor Mion spoke to me for the rest of the day. Neither Satoko nor Rika-chan looked me in the eye. Strangely, I didn't feel hurt. Everything had just went back to the way it was. The month since I transferred in had almost been too much fun. That was all. School was supposed to be something like this to begin with. I should have disliked that feeling, but today it felt oddly refreshing. Wow, things are getting tough. The bell rung, sounding the end of the monotonous school day, which had felt so tense yet so dull. Since it would cause a lot of unpleasant memories if they asked me to join to the club activities, I promptly started preparing to go home without even looking at them. I stuffed the contents of my desk into the bag, wrapped my hand around Satoshi's now familiar bat, and began heading towards the entrance. Hmm. I was assailed by both the exhausting relief that nothing had happened today and the tiring possibility of the same thing repeating tomorrow. But deep down inside me, far beneath, in the recesses of my heart, achingly, I knew this would be the last day of this cycle. Oh man, I couldn't tell how the ending would be, whether it would end as I wished it to end, or if it would end as I hoped it wouldn't. Regardless, in my current state, there was something more important than how things would end. There was something I wanted to know. Why did I have to be killed? How did it come to this? Why? For what purpose? The sunlight was relentless. The sun, the heat, even the air, they wouldn't give me my answers. Or could it be that the cries of the Higurashi were desperately trying to tell me something? Somewhere, mixed in with their shrieks, Tomitaki-san and Satoshi were also probably trying to tell me something. I simply haven't been able to realize it yet. When I do realize it, I wonder if I will be amongst the Higurashi fruitlessly crying to the next victim. After this chapter, we're gonna raid someone, okay? Please remind me about the raid so I don't accidentally turn it off again. Because I want to do raids because those are fun and I want to help people out. So if that's okay with everyone, please help me out with that. And I hope you would all join in the raid. Thank you. I don't know to who, but we'll find out. Um, When I do realize it, I wonder if I will be amongst the Higurashi fruitlessly crying to the next victim. Glancing down at my feet, I saw a Higurashi on its back, spasming weakly. Bwee, bwee, bwee! There was this. Wow. There was still much of the summer left, yet this one was already chirping its last song. I couldn't tell what it was saying, no matter how hard I listened, but I had to try. I had to try to listen to what it was desperately trying to tell me. Yeah, Mighty Raid! Mighty Raid's gonna happen. I want water. Time for water. Um,
At that moment, the shrills of the Higurashi ceased all at once, as if they had huddled together, fearing that the person who brought them to their dreadful fate had arrived. There was no mistaking it. A presence was approaching. The sound of footsteps was almost non-existent. And water hours! Water! Water power! I hope everyone is drinking their water too. Water is important because our bodies need it. Me though, I just enjoy water. I enjoy water a lot. The sound of footsteps was almost non existent. If the Higurashi hadn't warned me by ending their chirping, I wouldn't have noticed. My exhaustion left me in a heartbeat. In its place was a rush of adrenaline that sharpened all of my senses. I was just barely able to hold back that creeping, suffocating feeling of horror. It wasn't something I could hold back for long, but in this moment, when I needed to be razor sharp, I was able to retain my composure. I wasn't going to shout like I did yesterday. I hid myself calmly amongst the trees, waiting for my pursuer's shadow. Could I get them to pass by me? No, since I was able to hear their footsteps, they were probably also able to hear mine. They might have already been able to tell that I'd hidden myself and was holding my breath. The person tailing me, was it Rena, just like yesterday? If it was Rena, I wouldn't hold back. I could just yell at her and make her go ahead like yesterday. If it wasn't Rena, it would depend on how they acted, I guess. The footsteps abled closer. I swallowed, wiped my clammy hands on my pants, and readjusted the grip on the bat. I could tell that the fear that I had beaten back once was now waiting for another opening to coming at me. Who could it be? I peeked out from behind the tree at the person following me. Ah, shit! It's Rena! My imagination hadn't led me astray. It was Rena. There was a bit of a relief as I realized it was someone I knew, but that feeling left me in an instant. This wasn't the same Rena that I knew. Her eyes were dark and lifeless, but her mouth appeared as if it was carved into a crescent. Yes, it looked like she was grinning slightly, and in her right hand was an axe. Oh shit! Ah! Rena has an axe! Oh man, coffee time! It's coffee time! Axe time! Coffee axe! Bat versus axe. Who will win? Goodbye, piece of gum. Let's go. I want to get a mini trash can when I can. And in her right hand was an axe! Shit. Danger time! I hid myself behind the tree once again and recalled the unbelievable sight I just saw. What was that just now? The embodiment of terror laid bare. Baseball, practicing my swing. There were tons of excuses for me to be carrying a bat. But for that axe? There was no excuse for that. She's just out chopping wood, Ketchi-kun. She's just exercising her arm muscles by chopping down trees. That's all. It's not like she's gonna kill you or anything. But for that axe, there was no excuse for that. An axe just like that? Keiji-kun, are you playing hide and seek, I wonder? I wonder. My heart was pounding, hard enough that I had trouble breathing. What that little composure I had been able to hold onto was now crushed. In its place, cold sweat gushed forth, covering my entire body, letting me know precisely what kind of emotion had taken hold. Not good, not good, not good. I wasn't able to hide myself completely. She already knew I was here. Were you trying to scare me, I wonder? I wonder. I decided that it would be better to reveal myself now, since there was still space between us, than to allow Rena to come any closer. I adjusted my grip on the bat again, readied myself mentally, and stepped out from behind the tree. I found you, Katika. Rena was pleased that she found me, and eliciting a mysterious giggle. Her mouth was smiling, but her eyes told me she was displeased by the fact that I had been hiding. Those eyes, they were just so empty. My legs began to quiver. Not good. In the pit of my stomach, some sort of vicious
Hot and cold substance began spreading around. Ew. If I allowed it, that substance would slip into my bloodstream and undoubtedly freeze all the organs in my body. Not good, not good. I'll be devoured by Rena at this rate. Strike back! Don't lose! What is it? I blustered, hiding behind my bravado. But Rena didn't flinch one bit. Just the same as Ketchikun. I'm heading home. Then what about the axe? Then what about the bat you're holding? I'm practicing my swing. Then I'm treasure hunting. Rena gave a flippant explanation as to why she had such a fearsome weapon. It's true, she did get catchy there. Devoured by Rena. It's 4 time. T- Treasure hunting? At the treasure mountain near the dam site, I found a new cute thing, so I needed this to dig it out. H- how could I believe that? You wouldn't believe it, would you? Rena's laugh was obviously very strange. I'd seen Rena's transformation many times before, but the one today was completely different. Aww, that sounds adorable if Rena wasn't trying to kill him. But the one today was completely different, like her mischievous tone and the shrewd glint in her eyes. It wasn't something that roundabout. I'm not sure what to say. It was just so obvious. Wait, Ketchikun! Wait, Ketchikun! Rena didn't stop walking, even as she let out that eerie laugh. Whenever Rena got too close to me, I would scurry away and turn back towards her. This cycle repeated over and over. No matter how you looked at it, I was being chased by Rena and was trying to escape. Don't follow me! I can't do that. My house is this way after all. When I met with Rena on this road yesterday, she cowered and trembled as she followed my commands. But today was different. Rena didn't show a hint of trepidation. Actually, wasn't I the one who was cowering? If the way home for Rena and me was the same, that's fine. I'd just change my route. That'd work out, wouldn't it? I turned into a side street I've never been down and knew little about. Yeah, I do my best with the laugh. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Farina saw me do that and followed me while laughing. Why? Why aren't you going home? Then just go home down the street you normally do. Why would you follow me down this weird little side road? Those thoughts screamed in my head, eventually spilling out of my mouth. Why are you following me? The tone of my voice was already tinged with terror. Because I want to talk to Ketchikun. Ketchikun wants to talk to Rena too, doesn't he? Doesn't he? I don't want to talk about anything with you. That's a lie, isn't it? There's something you want to ask me about, isn't there? Not at all. I have nothing to talk to you about. That's a lie, isn't it? It's not a lie. Ketchy, you're lying. Lies! Rena's scream echoed, startling some nearby birds into flight. I cringed in fear. The only other thing I could do was increase my pace. Let's talk, Ketchy-kun. Talk. Talk. Why was I running down this unfamiliar, deserted street? Doesn't Ketchy-kun have something he's worried about? Nothing at all. I'm not worried about anything. Lies! Even though I was running, even though Rena was walking, why wasn't I getting any farther away? It's just my negotiator. That's right, it's just Rena's negotiator. It's all fine. I know, I know. I really do know. You're scared, aren't you, Ketchy-kun? I'm not scared. I'm not scared of anything. Lies! My breathing grew heavy and it felt like my legs were giving out from beneath me. Rena wasn't even breaking a sweat. I'll listen. This time I'll listen. I had no idea what she was talking about or what exactly she wanted to do. This time I'll listen. It will be different from this time with Satoshi-kun. When she said Satoshi's name, I turned back for a moment. Oh, and she's talking. But even as I did that, Rena was still advancing. I couldn't afford to stop. Satoshi-kun was so worried too. It looked like he was having such a hard time. But I don't listen. I was so sad. Where did the street connect to? All these twists and turns, ups and downs. It was hard to believe that this was even remotely in the direction towards my house. My sense of direction had long since gone out of the window. I really regretted it when Satoshi couldn't transfer it out. I thought if I had listened, he may not have transferred out. I really regretted that. The road led me deeper into the forest. Ah, shit, Ketchy-kun, you're gonna get effed in the butthole. Wasn't I getting farther away from the village the more I ran? I lost more and more of my composure the more I thought about it. But despite this realization, my inner self was still disturbedly calm. So you see, I vowed. I vowed that if there was someone struggling like Satoshi Kun did, I'd save them. I don't want to see anyone transfer out again. Catchy? Yeah. Damn it! What does transfer even mean? I won't let you transfer me. I won't end up the same as Satoshi. Come on, Ketchy-kun, talk to me. I'll be able to understand you, Ketchy-kun. I'm your ally. I started wheezing, out of breath. My lungs were so hot that they felt like they were going to explode, and my heart was beating as hard as it possibly could. I should have practiced running instead of my swing. Couldn't afford to scoff out that stupid thought. If Ketchikun doesn't have anything to worry about, he'll go back to normal. Everyone will be back to being friends, and we can enjoy club activities again. Next time we'll team up and beat Mi-chan. Yeah, how much fun that would be. Rena couldn't even imagine how much I had wished I could turn back the clock on these past few days. You could be nice to me again, too. I want to go searching for treasure again. This time, I'll prepare a nice lunch. Actually, we could just go right now. Let's go up to the dam site together. I'll show you the cute thing I just found. I'm sure you'll like it too. Laugh, laugh. I don't want to do that laugh anymore. My footsteps made pathetic flapping sounds as my legs wobbled and faltered. Hot on my heels, Rena's steps were sharply breaking twigs underfoot. I had to accept it. I was on the run, being chased by Rena. If she caught me, it was all over. I realized it instinctively. I couldn't even begin to think of what the end would entail. Just that, if I was caught, it was all over. That's all I knew. It didn't matter how it was going to end. I wouldn't let it end. Not without knowing anything. Not yet. That momentary lapse was all it took. Of all the things that could have happened, my knees buckled underneath me and I crumbled towards the ground. I tried to stand frantically, urging my legs to respond. I used my bat as a makeshift cane to prop myself up, but Rena was already standing right in front of me. Compared to me, out of breath and utterly exhausted, Rena was so cool and composed that she could have froze the air around her. She wasn't breathing hard at all. Rather, I couldn't even sense if her heart was beating. Are you afraid of something, I wonder? It's not like you to tremble, Ketchi-kun. I don't want to laugh. Her expression looked almost affectionate. Those soulless eyes, that mask of affection. As she admonished me for trembling, Rena's hands deftly slipped under her head. The blur of arms as they moved made me feel as if I was staring at the god, godliness of the thousand-armed Buddha. Wow, you're losing it, Ketchi-kun. Then, as both of her hands met above her head, the axe that she held came into focus. Oh. I stared at it in disbelief. It was all I could do. To tell me what happened to Satoshi. Rena stayed like that, with that axe raised above her head, and sullenly opened her mouth. It was as if she was expressing a farewell to a friend she was never to see again. That cruel scenario resided somewhere in her actions. I told you. Satoshi-kun. Satoshi! Satoshi-kun transferred out. Oh, I took enough of that transfer crap. It means demoned away, doesn't it? Doesn't it? You can tell me now, can't you? Who made Satoshi disappear? Was it you? Myeon? Or someone in the village? Answer me! I became frantic the more I screamed. But Rena did nothing but maintain the smile frozen on her face. I have no idea what Kichi-kun is talking about. Then I'll say it in a way so you do. Who is the perpetrator of this chain of mysterious deaths? You seem to be confused, Kichi-kun. What? There is no human perpetrator. Everything is by Orishiro-sama's will. Isn't Orishiro-sama's curse just superstition? You believe in that too? It's not about believing or not. Oyashiro-sama exists. Period. He exists, everyone. Rina's gaze grew even more gilded. The ferocity of her stare was so intense, not allowing me to question anything. There's just no way that something like Oyashiro-sama could exist. You don't believe in Oyashiro-sama? There's no way I could believe it. There's no way it could exist. Red filter goes brrr, and red filter means, oh no! It exists. Oyashiro-sama exists. Kichikun should have felt it personally. I never felt something like that. Kichikun, haven't you felt someone apologizing to you before? Constantly. On top of that, all noise from the outside world disappeared. Only Rina's voice resounded loudly and terribly. You see, until you forgive them, they'll always be with you. At school, at home, at your bedside. I couldn't understand what Rina was saying. It came to me too. Oyashiro-sama did. That's why I transferred and came back to Hinamazawa. I don't understand. I don't understand. What does transfer even mean? What was Rina saying? Hasn't Oyashiro-sama come to you as well, Kichi-kun? I'm probably the only one you can confide in. I won't let you transfer out, okay? Right? Company. Company's good. Oh, laugh, 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 laugh. There we go. Rina's demented laughter clanged around inside my head. Was Rina saying Oyashiro-sama came to her as well? That's right. Last night I had heard about that when I asked about Rina. Hmm.
Please keep this confidential. Also, part of this may be speculation, not all of it may be true. Are you still interested?
Oishi-san began speaking.
Neither the victims nor the school filed a complaint, so there's no preliminary report. Basically, the police hadn't intervened in this matter, so all of these details are just what I heard from those involved, meaning it's not that credible.
You said there were victims. Didn't Rina just break all the windows?
No, Rina Ryugu had attacked 3 boys using a metal bat. 2 of them made it out with only bruises, but the other had been injured so badly that one of his eyes was permanently damaged.
Wouldn't that be considered assault? Shouldn't the police have arrested her?
For whatever reason, the victim never pressed charges. There was no report to the police, so.
They were beaten with a bat and suffered significant injuries. Normally there would be a criminal investigation, but why? Didn't they press charges?
I tried asking the 3 male victims for their side of the story, but they all were reluctant. It's hard to say, but they were all afraid, even after she transferred schools.
Oishi-san, could you summarize it starting from the beginning? Rina hit people while she broke the windows? Or was it she started breaking the windows after she got bored of hitting people? They sounded familiar, but the meanings were drastically different. On an
On an undisclosed date, Rina Ryugu was conversing with 3 male students, close friends of hers, near the pool storage shed. Who were those 3? I can't reveal their names, but they were close to Rina Ryugu, and it seems they were a group of friends. She was the lone girl in their group.
So it wasn't that strange that the 4 of them were together.
So what?
So what happened? Huh. Sokin. Kinda. Trying to be. Trying to be Oishi-san. Capture that Oishi-san man.
I don't know the reason why. She took the baseball team's bat that was in the pool storage shed and beat the three of them down one after the other.
What? There were no witnesses. This was an accident pieced together by the information given at the time of the incident. One day after school, Rena and three male students were at the pool storage shed talking together. They weren't seeking help. Rather, they usually met up there. It appears it became a heated discussion. At that time, Rena underwent a change. A change. Oh no, Red go brrr! The change was so abrupt that the three of them didn't comprehend what was happening. Oof. Those, those large whacks. Then, taking the metal bat, she attacked her friends one after the other. Leaving her friends covered in blood with gashes on their head, she made her way towards the school building. Then, she broke the glass windows one after the other. A few minutes later, a teacher appeared on scene and subdued her. It is interesting. What was this change Reno underwent?
What matches up in the statements from the three was a sudden change. The point that there was a transformation.
Transformation? I also could recall Rena's transformation. I'd seen that change many times before. It was so different from the usual Rena that I couldn't help but believe it was someone else who looked like Rena.
That transformation they're talking about?
That transformation had they talking about? Had it happened before?
No, there was nothing like that. As far as I could find out, in her medical history and past, there was nothing like that.
Does that happen often? Where people change suddenly like Rena did?
Of course it does. There are plenty of psychological phenomena that could cause something like that.
Then you're saying there was a dormant element in Rena that caused the transformation.
I cannot say that for certain, but according to the statements of her friends, it's hard to believe she had such a side to her.
Kind, caring, and adorable. Even before she transferred here, she was probably pretty popular in school like she was now. That girl transforming suddenly and assaulting them with a bat? Who could imagine such a thing? Nobody could have seen it coming. I, myself, sometimes believe that I was mistaken for thinking that was Rena, even now. Then, what happened after that?
There was a hospital right across from the school, so the three of them were carried in and treated quickly.
What about Rena? What happened to the police? Why wasn't there a criminal investigation?
You see, the police can't get involved unless they are called. Even though one was badly injured with permanent damage,
Oh, wrong voice. Why didn't they file charges?
that's what caught my attention as well. Either some threat or pressure was placed on them. Or they had a reason they couldn't file charges even if they wanted to.
They got beat up by a cute girl, that's why. No, I don't know. That was a joke, I'm sorry. We're talking about you, after all. Of course you looked into it, didn't you?
Well, yeah. But I told you at the beginning, didn't I? The victims were all very reluctant to talk. They didn't want to touch the matter, or rather, they didn't want to be involved.
Reluctant to talk, didn't want to touch it, didn't want to be involved. It resembled the villagers here in Oyashiro-sama's curse. Did the teacher at the school tell you anything?
A school is hallowed ground. You could say they tend to keep scandals under wraps. I don't have a search warrant, so I had to tread lightly, you see.
Then there was no comment. Then there was no comment from the school?
No, they denied the incident even happened.
It's just 3 male students were carried in for blunt trauma force that day. That's all there was in the hospital records. The victims didn't speak, the school denied it happened, then you don't know anything at all.
Yeah, I know nothing other than the incident itself had taken place. The victims also wished this incident to be kept from the public. So if you and I both forget about it, Mabero-san, then this incident will probably just fade away.
For a brief period, we sat in silence. At first glance, it looked like a simple assault case, but that was just the tip of the iceberg. The depths were obscured by roiling waves sinking quietly into the void, as if it never existed to begin with. After that,
she was suspended by the school, and during that time, she underwent psychiatric counseling.
did you hear anything from that doctor?
Again, They were very professional in regards to their ethics, or at least very tight-lipped.
Nothing even after you showed them your badge?
I was told to get a warrant. The badge itself has no legality, binding authority after all.
Then how did you know that Rina confessed that it was Oyashiro-sama who did it?
There was a nurse I asked in that department. She agreed to help me just from showing her my badge.
Then what did she say? Turns out that the nurse hadn't heard anything. Apparently, all that she remembered was that what she overheard from inside the room.
The nurse said that at the time Rina Ryugu was very calm and mild-mannered.
It was more like she was confessing her sins at church than a counseling session. She spoke with her mother there for some of it. Some of. But partway through, her mother was asked to leave, so it became a private counseling session between just the doctor and Rina for a while. The part with Oyashiro-sama, when did that pop up? You got beat up by a cute anime girl, you can't complain about the police. Pretty much. That's what I'm getting from that scenario.
Partway through, she screamed the name suddenly. That startled the nurse, and that's why she started listening in.
It was Oyashiro-sama! Rina suddenly shouted that. I had no idea what was said before that, so I had no idea what was the meaning behind it could have been. The doctor, calmly and collectedly, asked Rina to have a seat. What is this Oyashiro-sama you speak of? Gently, ever so gently, the fundamentals of counseling were believing what they were told. Whoever abandons Hinamazawa will be hunted down by Oyashiro-sama! And they've finally gotten to me! That's the town you lived in before you moved here? Isn't that right, Ryugu-san? I didn't want to move, but because of my mom and dad's circumstances we had to. But Oyashiro-sama wouldn't allow it. Ryugu-san must have lots of friends in Hinamazawa. Even now you must be missing them dearly. Don't you think? I want to go back to Hinamazawa. No, it's not that I want to go back. I have to go back. I should have gone back much sooner, but now it's too late. Oyashiro-sama has come! Oyashiro-sama is the name of the god in Hinamazawa, isn't that right? Everyone knows it's Hinamazawa's guardian deity, and if you ever try abandoning Hinamazawa by leaving, you'll incur his wrath. You had moved quite a while ago, didn't you? Then it was just now that this god has arrived, is what you're saying? You might not believe me, but Oyashiro-sama exists! That nurse was then asked by another nurse to do something and left the room. That was all she remembered. That it was Oyashiro-sama's doing, right?
I do believe there is that kind of superstition in Hinamazawa, that if you leave the village then you incur Oyashiro-sama's wrath. You should be familiar with this part, Mabero-san.
I knew very well what those scorned by the village incurred. To hinder the dam construction project, they cursed the construction foreman to his death. Then, the following year, Satoko's parents, supporters, and leading advocates for the dam were cursed to their death. But this was the first time I've heard of the curse incurred by leaving the village. This is my first time hearing that. I can understand outside threats being cursed by the village, but why also villagers who leave? Normally, people who leave villages aren't supposed to be cursed, right? I know it's a bit strange to say it, but I could see it as a rule that the people who come in are the ones who could be cursed. Far from Jupiter, far from his thunder, curses weren't something to chase after people that leave, were they? Oishi-san pondered for a bit over on the other end of the receiver, then began speaking again.
Well, I told you for long ago, when Hinamazawa was called Onigafuchi, didn't I? I recalled hearing
that. Long ago, Hinamazawa was feared and respected as the village of ogres.
The villagers at the foot of the mountains worshipped the ogres. So Onigafuchi was hallowed ground that you could never ever enter.
I've been drinking a lot of coffee recently. I need to stop. Hey, buddy. What are you doing? So Onigafuchi was hollowed
ground that you can never ever enter.
Are we forgetting some people that left the village? We are forgetting some people who left the village, I'm pretty sure. I'm trying to remember, but I can't remember. Hey, buddy, no, I want to pet you. But you're just gonna go for food. I see how it is. So in a
It came to be that said that if you entered carelessly, you were cursed by Oyashiro-sama.
those who set foot in Onigafuchi, and in other words, Hinamazawa, would be cursed. I could understand that. I know that, but for leaving to also be no good, that's.
Also, the ogres you see, they were being strictly watched by Oyashiro-sama, so they would not enter into our world. In other words, Oyashiro-sama probably restricted interaction between Onikafuchi and the rest of the world.
I see. A what Fuchi? Onigafuchi. I don't know what it means, but I think that's the name of the next chapter. For chapter 2, Onigafuchi chapter? I don't know. I finally understood what sort of thing Oyashiro-sama was. So basically, Oyashiro-sama is more like a warden than a protectorate deity, I guess, trying to keep this place isolated from the rest of the world.
I guess that's how it would seem. I'm sorry, I don't know very much myself. This is mostly what was passed on to me from my grandmother.
I could understand it a bit better if it was like that. Those who came to Hinamazawa would be cursed, and those who tried to leave would also be cursed. So, because Rina originally lived in Hinamazawa and moved away, she fulfilled the requirements for being cursed. So that means, because Rina moved away against its wishes, she was cursed by Oyashiro-sama. Is that what it adds up to?
In short, that seems to be what it points to, I guess.
Hey, buddy. I want to set up a thing where my buddy boy can be watched while he sleeps or whatever, because I want him to be with me, but I have no idea how. I don't know where. And I don't know if he'll lie on top of me, even with blanket. He might. He needs to get used to it because this is a new spot, and he's like, I bit my tongue really bad yesterday, and I think it's swollen a little because of how bad I bit it. But I think it's okay. So cursed. So that's what it adds up to.
In short, that seems to be what it points to, I guess. As a matter of fact, soon afterwards, they did move back to Hinamazawa after all.
Hi, Ghost Slim. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. Thank you. Hello, hello. Hi, everyone. I hope everyone's having a nice time and enjoying this. I'm enjoying this. I hope everyone else is also enjoying it. Those who abandoned Hinamazawa and left were cursed. I'm in and out. Yeah, that's understandable. But then, why only Rina? Shouldn't Rina's parents also have been guilty of the same transgression? By moving away and have been cursed? Also, in this day and age in Japan, shouldn't there be a lot of people coming and going? If every single one of them was cursed, then it'd be insane. But in reality, it wasn't that big of a deal at all. At most, there would be one person dying and one disappearing on the day of the Wada Nagashi. I don't like saying at most, though.
Well, anyways, there's a lot I still don't know. Even if it was Oyashiro-sama's curse, it doesn't add up as to why her classmates, the victims who were beaten in the metal bat, wouldn't press charges. You don't think the victims were cowering because they believed that a terrible curse had befallen them, do you?
Or is that him asking Oishi? Of course I didn't want to believe it, but more importantly, I had just realized something else. There was another bizarre connection that Rina made between Oyashiro-sama's curse and metal bats. Oh, thank you for staying so long. I appreciate it. Yay! I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. I'll put him on camera at some point. Right now he's doing the sleep, but I'll figure out a cat cam at some point cuz I would like that. And he can just be sleeping. Satoshi fell victim to Oyashiro-sama's curse and went missing. I had recently learned that Satoshi had also become infatuated with the metal bat right before he disappeared, just like me. Excuse me. Then Rina as well. She was affected by Oyashiro-sama's curse. Excuse me, that much to the doctor, and the weapons which she had used at the time of that horrendous act was, again, a metal bat. And finally, me. I'd encountered various things that were inexplicable, and now I was holding onto a metal bat. I was shocked when I learned that Satoshi did the same thing. It couldn't be. Had the same thing happened to Rina? But there was one critical difference between her and Satoshi's case. That being, that being, Satoshi went missing after falling victim to the curse, but Rina was still here. Both of them had fallen victim to Oyashiro-sama's curse, yet they were met with different endings. And finally, me. I couldn't recall it a coincidence anymore. Rina, Satoshi, and finally, me. Could it be that I really was under Oyashiro-sama's curse right now? No, more importantly than that, what should I do now? Satoshi had been demoned away, vanishing without a trace. Rina was fine. Fine? Rina had undergone a change. I could only believe that there was something that wasn't Rina residing within her. And here, right now, it was standing before me. What are you gonna do? Oh, it really is. She really is. She's right before me. Okay. Rina, please tell me, what will happen to me? Rina stood imposingly, not answering. Satoshi disappeared, but Rina didn't disappear. So, what will happen to me? I don't wanna laugh, laugh. I had never heard such an unpleasant laugh before. It had become akin to the sound of her breathing. It was no longer a voice or an expression of feeling. Oh. Don't worry, I'll save you. Oh, spoke too soon, Putum. Spoke too soon. Go burn the chat, burn. I don't know, unless you don't want to. That's fine too. I just thought it would be fun. Rina took one step forward, still holding the axe high above her head. Now then, one step closer. Rina's face spread out to fill my vision. Speak. One step closer. Rina's nose was close enough to touch mine and was still pushing closer. Burp. There's something you want to say, isn't there? I'll listen. I'll save you. Okay. Speak. Okay. Speak. Okay. I slumped down, landing squarely on my butt. Ah, the butt technique. It wasn't for some pathetic reason. It was all I could do to get away as far away from Rina. I don't flippin' know. Enjoy that laugh if you want to. The broken record. She is a broken record. I had the gut feeling that I couldn't let her laughter end. Because when that laughing ended, the moment I picked it up on that feeling, my body moved by instinct. I sprang to my feet as fast even I couldn't believe it and pushed Rena away with both hands. Rena was as light as a feather, thrown about by the unbalanced weight of the axe. She was sent backwards as if she had been carried off by the wind. After confirming that out of the corner of my eye, I dashed off at full speed. I was the perfect picture of fleeing like a greased pig. Get away from Rena. Run away. Survive. What? Clipped what? The weird laughter? Maybe. Thanks. Clip whatever you want, I guess. Embarrass the hell out of me, I guess. That's fine. I don't know how clipping works, so thank you for people who clip me. Yandere-chi? No, I'm not a yandere. It's just fun it's just fun talking like them. I like the voice. I don't know. I couldn't think of anything other than that. This. While I was running, I remembered I had been holding onto a bat the entire time. Such a worthless weapon. I couldn't believe I'd forgotten about this weapon at such an important time. The laughter! Damn, Ketchy, you forgot the bat weapon. I sped even farther down the winding path. I didn't even feel myself gasping for breath or my legs getting heavy. My body understood it as well. If I didn't run away from here, I wouldn't live. I could hear laughter, the simulacrum of Rena coming from behind me. Clip is basically take a section of the stream and that will be saved on your channel. Oh, that's cool. That is fun. Maybe I'll figure something out. It rang through the trees and in my head and slowly chiseled away at my sanity. But right now there's too many new things going on in my brain. I'm getting tired. um, the grove of trees thinned out, my field of vision suddenly expanding. Where was this? For a moment I was bewildered by the scenery I felt I knew but couldn't quite remember. I quickly realized it was the damn site. The fact that I dashed madly at ended up in a place like this gave me a bad feeling, like I was following someone's scripted plot. I had a good view of my surroundings, but I didn't see a single soul here. This was a terrible spot for someone on the run, but there was no better place for an attacker. My heart was already on the verge of bursting. The muscles in my legs were screaming, but I didn't care. If I stopped here, then they might not be able to scream for much longer. Even still, I glanced back, looking for an excuse to rest. Rena wasn't there. Instead, I saw two villagers walking around. I breathed a sigh of relief that it wasn't Rena, but a third party. Except the voice inside me rang the alarm once again. Villagers walking around weren't suspicious in and of themselves, but it bothered me. They both wore rough-looking clothes. Empty-handed, they definitely gave the impression that they were just out for a walk. But at this time of day, two adults wandering around without a purpose, it was enough to raise questions. But more than anything else, those eyes. They weren't chit chatting while walking. They were both silent, heading forward, looking in my direction. Was I at the end of my rope and had finally started imagining things? I should run away. That was probably the best choice. If they weren't involved, I'd lose them easily by running. If they were part of the group after me, then they would come after running after me. Either way, unless I hurried up, Rena would catch up with me. That's right, I was going to run. Deciding that, the moment I began to turn tail, both of them rushed towards me, as if they knew exactly what I was thinking. Somewhere inside me, I had jumped to the conclusion that Rena was the only thing I needed to be afraid of. I made the assumption that I didn't need to fear anything else. But right now, I realized just how blatantly wrong I was. Suddenly, the story Oishi-sen told me about the demons all leaving the village to hunt prey floated through the back of my mind. I could tell they were both coming after me without even turning around because of their frenetic steps. It was frightening being unable to shake Rena off as she slowly closed in on me, but this didn't even compare. Being pursued with such violent ferocity, this straightforward horror was unparalleled. One of the pursuers' arms grazed my shoulder. Now it wasn't just their frenzied footsteps, but also the distant sound of their breathing that I could hear. No, I could practically feel them breathing on me. They were already right behind me. Calm down, Kichimabera. Still running at full tilt, I felt the surrounding area go still. No, it felt like time itself had stopped. I turned my head back slightly in that frozen world, realizing how close my pursuers had gotten to me. I couldn't win against with the legs of an adult. In less than the time it would take to blink twice, when this frozen time began moving again, they'd be right on top of me. On top of me, and then... Don't think about that, Ketchy. First, realize that you won't be able to shake them off like this. If the fact that you can't get away was a given, then you need to make a decision. Go with the right leg or with the left leg. You just need to decide which one. Let's go with the left. The moment I decide that, the temporal singular burst into pieces. Right. Left! I swung the bat in a wide arc with my right arm. Using that inertia, I stopped and suddenly spun. What? The two of them were clearly startled. Momentarily losing sight of me, both with their outstretched arms ready to grab me, instead grasped an empty space. The man on the right, I applaud him being able to figure it out, spun around to the spot I shouldn't have been, and faced me in astonishment. But it was too late. I didn't even need to swing my bat. All I needed to do was extend my arms as I turned all around. Ow. It was by no means a heavy blow, but it seemed like it had been enough power behind it to knock him off his feet. But just knocking him down wasn't enough to scare him anyway. He got back up in no time. Both of them took a fighting stance and were ready to face me. This made me certain they weren't just two people out for a walk. They were clearly after me. It felt much easier than dealing with Rena. Just by not recognizing their faces, by not knowing them, it made things easier. I smiled wryly on the inside. What do you want with me? Next one is going to be right in your face, you bastard! It's fine if it was just a bluff. By barking out at them, I was able to fire myself up. They didn't respond. They spread out to either side of me with unbelievable calm expressions on their faces. One of them would grab onto my bat and the other would hold me down. Was that their plan? Taking on both of them at once would be impossible. Hot sweat poured from every pore of my body. Then, I'd just have to settle it with the first move. I'd step in and strike the first one down. Narrowing my target down to the man on the right, who had already been knocked down before, I stepped in and swung with all my might. There was no way for an unarmed person to guard against it. It would cause immense damage. If they blocked it with their arm, their bone would snap like a twig. If they turned their back to it, then it was possible that the blow would travel all the way to their vital organs. It looked like he was aware of this. He pushed farther through the kill zone between us and delivered a first fist right into my gut. Not good. With this distance and this position and this state, there was no way for me to dodge it. Man, they're beating up a school kid. A middle school kid at that. The world flipped upside down. I understood that I was being tossed around like a rag doll. I landed on the soft earth without a sound, feeling the grainy soil press against my face. Ouch. It didn't hurt at all. But the moment I thought that, I suddenly felt pain coming from the abrasions on my skin, as well as the contents of my stomach being forced upwards, flooding my mouth with a bitter sensation. You used Bat Smash. It wasn't very effective. Nope, it was not. I knew very well that I didn't have time to relish this experience. I stood up as quickly as I could, but at that moment, the other man was already barreling towards me. Being able to comprehend calmly that I simply couldn't dodge it made it all the more upsetting. After plowing into my stomach full force once again, my assailant twisted around behind me and locked his thick arm around my neck. My throat felt like it was being crushed by his immense strength. Kechi's gonna die here. I couldn't even contemplate that I was being strangled, or that I was about to go unconscious. My vision simply darkened, and a silent whining noise began playing deep inside my mind. It took everything I had to keep myself from blacking out. While this was happening, the other man was more than likely standing in front of me. I wasn't able to open my eyes, but I could feel that he was there. There was nothing I could do now. Unable to shake this arm off me, I couldn't run, I couldn't fight back. Dire straits. I couldn't even come up with the phrase that adequately described my situation. Kachikun? Are you okay? I will ask in a somber tone not to disturb you. Okay? Kachikun? Are you okay or did you die? I guess this is time for a drink. I'm gonna drink water, not coffee. F in the chat for Ketchy-kun. He did his best. He did his best. And with his best came responsibilities. Oh god, was he dreaming? A familiar ceiling. Blah. The smell of the bed and pillows. I knew them well. Was this my room? Normally there wouldn't be anyone in my room besides me, but their presence made me spring wide awake. When I did that, pain shot throughout my entire body. Feeling alright? I think you'd better just lie down for a bit. Why was Rena in my room? Blood began to surge through my muscles and the capillaries. I did that wrong. Sorry. But Rena's smile belonged to the Rena I knew well. I knew I shouldn't let myself feel this way, but I relaxed thinking that this version of Rena was safe. Why am I... Don't you remember? After losing consciousness, nothing at all. My body had become more lethargic than I could ever have imagined. I guess that would be the expected outcome after exerting everything I had back there. She just wanted to take care of him like a good friend. I tried to at least clear my head, but I just couldn't shake the sluggish feeling out of my brain. I called the doctor. He should be here soon. I think you'd better just lie down until then. I wasn't injured seriously enough to merit calling a doctor, but knowing that someone impartial was coming was slightly reassuring. Why am I here? I'm sure I was at the dam site. That's what I want to know. What happened? When I got there, Kichi-kun was already passed out. That's why I'm the one who wants to know. I was attacked by two weirdos. As I talked about it, I finally remembered what happened right before I passed out. Recalling that memory and the terror that went along with it caused the fogginess around my head to clear right up. Let's forget about those two for now. I didn't expect Rena to be nursing me. I thought Rena was trying to kill me. She would have had the perfect chance while I was unconscious. Not only did she not kill me, she had nursed me back to health. Amazing you could drag me all the way back here. Wasn't I heavy? Looking at Rena's delicate frame, it was hard to believe that she had not only gotten me back home, but even dragged me all the way up to the second floor. Did she have some help? Don't you remember, Kichi-kun? Rena appeared a bit surprised, but still kept her smile. I only popped you up behind my shoulder. You said you could walk on your own and that you were fine. You don't remember? I didn't remember. My memory was fuzzy after that point where I lost consciousness. What about those two? Huh? When you got there, Rena, the ones with me, or rather, those two guys. There wasn't anyone! She said it bluntly. The way she stated it felt slightly unpleasant. I was just too timid at that time. I might have been able to force some answers out of Rena, but if I did that, then this kind of Rena might transform into the scary Rena, who I didn't know. Fearing that, I didn't press any further. Thinking about it, it was obvious the choice. If both of those men were there, I don't think Rena would even have stood a chance. I couldn't find a way to explain it unless I assumed she brought me here after those two were already gone. Are you forgetting she had an axe? She is incredibly strong. She can punch people really hard. You are forgetting a lot of details, my boy. A lot of details. Rena was still smiling. Her eyes sparkled warmly. Yet, I felt like I was hallucinating when I saw something. Something akin to a shadow slowly creeping across her face. That small omen sent shivers down my spine. Yeah, she had the strength to hold an axe, but look at that smile. That smile has terror written behind it. While Rena was still Rena, I needed to make contact. I needed to contact Oishi-san. Rena stopped me when I tried to get out of bed. She said it would aggravate my wounds, so I should sleep. I'd like to go to the bathroom, though. Excuse me. Sorry. With an axe! Oh, such a sweet smile. She can smile and stuff, but with an axe, though. Rena couldn't say anything else. While Rena stayed in the room, I quickly went downstairs to get the phone receiver in the living room. When I approached the front door, the doorbell rang a ding-dong. It must have been Dr. Rena had called. It was strange for a patient to welcome in the doctor who was making a house call, but it would be incredibly reassuring to have him here for the considerable amount of time it would take Oishi-san to get here. I carelessly opened the door with that simple assumption and regretted it almost instantly. Mian? Oh, you look just fine. I heard you collapsed, so I came to check up on you. How did you know I collapsed? I heard from Rena over the phone. Do I need any reason other than that? I understood why she would call a doctor, but why Mian too? Rena was descending the stairs behind me. Rena, doesn't Kei-chan look pretty alright? Sheesh, you made me worry for nothing. That's true. Maybe I worried for nothing as well. They both began laughing. It appeared to be cheerful laughter, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was a darkness looming over them. Whoa, what's up with this shoe rack? How did it get like this? The shoe rack that I'd smashed to pieces had been like this since yesterday. I fell, you see, and the bat I was holding at the time slammed into it. This is what happens when you swing around something you're not used to handling. I kept the fact that it was none of her business to myself. Coach, she smiles so much because she got a new axe as a present. She's smiling so much because she's enjoying her axe privileges. She's enjoying being able to hold on to it, and it's like, okay, you hold on to your axe, you do that. But leaving it like this will really startle your parents when they get home. I mean, that's true. I'll fix it up for you later. Now, come on, Kei-chan. The terminally ill need their rest. Come on, come, back in bed, back in bed. Both of them urged me up the stairs. I had no chance to call Oishi-san. That's their plan. I was pushed into my bed. As it was the first time Mian had been in my room, she began searching around intently. She fiddled around my room and was scolded by Rena. You can imagine how it went. It was uncomfortable having my room poked around, but the conversation was so benign that it was heartwarming. During that innocent conversation, Mion said something as though it was perfectly ordinary. Rena, did you call the manager? Yep, right after I called Mi-chan. He said he'd be right over. Manager? That out of place word gave me a bad feeling. Rena called the doctor, then called Mion, and after that, she called the manager. Who was this manager? Since Rena and Mion's conversation was so peaceful, it only felt slightly odd. What are you two talking about? Who's this manager? Ah, you didn't you know, K-chan? We mean the manager when we say manager. Like the director of a movie, or like a foreman of a construction site. Laugh, 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 laugh. I dug through all of my memories for a manager who might have business with me. Only one thing came to mind, what Rena had just said. The construction site foreman. The very first victim of the first incident. The dismemberment at the damn construction site. The foreman? But that was strange. He was supposed to be dead. There was no way they could call him. I have no idea what they're talking about. I don't understand what you guys are talking about. What does the manager have to do with me? You said he was coming. Did you mean to my house? I asked one obvious question after another, but all the two of them did was smile coolly at each other. There was a huge difference between how the two of them appeared and how my suspicions were playing out. Slowly, I felt discomfort and panic welling up inside me. I couldn't understand what Rena and Mian were talking about. K-chan, you've gotten into baseball lately, haven't you? Pretty sure the manager will be happy to hear that. So who is this manager? The manager is the manager. And that laugh, 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 laugh. So who is the manager? Just more laughing. The manager's laughter. I guess so. The laughing man is coming. Rena and Mian looked at each other and laughed haughtily. That disturbing cackle unpleasantly resounded around me. Oh man, more laughter. I wish I could do this laughter properly. That laugh, long enough to be unsettling, ended abruptly. Yes, the manager was the manager all along. How could they not have noticed that the manager was the manager? Oh yeah, we should finish up before the manager comes. You remember, don't you, Kei-chan? Her face was laughing, but Mion's eyes told a different story. Remember? Remember what? Oh, more laughter. Kei-kun, had he forgotten, I wonder? About the penalty. About the penalty. Did you really forget? The homework with the mochi? The homework where you were supposed to guess which one Rena made? You forgot about that homework, didn't you? I certainly did have that homework, but I had thrown away the rest of the mochi after I found that sewing needle, so I wasn't able to answer which one Rena made. The penalty? For that? Why now? Oh, more laughter. There's more laughter. No doubt my question was written all over my face. Their answer to my question was that dry laughter. I could no longer make heads or tails of anything. I began to think that this entire day was somehow insane. Strange, incomprehensible, being chased by Rena, attacked by strange men, the penalty Mian and Rena were talking about? More laughter. What were those two laughing about? It didn't take that long for me to realize I had been dragged into an abnormal situation. Who were these two? Who were these people? Who were these doppelgangers of Rena and Myun? Oh, I can join like that. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Rena had gotten behind me at some point. I don't know what happened to Myun. Something happened. Why was she pinning my arms behind my back? What are you doing? Don't move. This is your penalty. More laughter. My body was already very sluggish, and Rena pinning my arms made it that much harder to move. I seriously tried to struggle, but she wouldn't even budge. My panic began to well up, and I realized this was well beyond the realm of jokes and pleasantries. This freakishly monstrous strength, it would have been impossible for Rena that I knew. Then, these thin, frail arms grasping me firmly. Whose arms are they? Mion. K-chan, no struggling. Club rules. There are no exceptions. You can't fight against the penalty. Woo. She got the eyes of a killer. Red, black, and white filter. Oh boy, things are getting intense, right? Things are getting way intense. Mian, no, that thing that looked like Mian spoke to me like how Mian would speak to me. But I was certain that this was not Mian. Someone who wasn't Mian. Someone who was just pretending to be Mian. Need to finish this up before the manager comes. Mian fished into her pockets and pulled out something bizarre. I could tell what it was just by looking, but for such a thing to be in her pocket, my mind wouldn't accept it. Oh god, what is that? What is this? It was a small syringe. Why are you stuffing in his veins? It was a small, clear syringe, like what a doctor would use when you went to him when you were sick. Rena held me even tighter, and I could hear that clattering laughter that no longer sounded like laughter blaring into my ear. That eerie laughter, it wasn't something that the Rena I knew could ever produce from her own throat. Yeah, I thought it was something else too, but nope, it was a syringe. Congratulations, Ketchy, now you get to be addicted to heroin. Aww, poor Ketchy-kun. This thing that was pretending to be Rena, was this their real laugh? Unable to defend myself, the syringe Mian was holding drew closer, and that needle tip was waved in front of my face countless times. Don't worry. It won't hurt, it won't hurt. What are you planning on doing? What kind of sick joke is this? Go Slim. What are you saying, K-chan? You know exactly what's going on, don't you? About what? I don't understand any of this at all. I know you know. No use playing the fool as this late in the game. Stop talking nonsense to try and confuse me. I'm kind of confused on what they want him to tell. You're going to have done to you what happened to Tomitaki-san. What? The same as Tomitaki-san? I didn't really understand what she meant. What did that have to do with this syringe? You're playing dumb, Ketchy-kun. You should have realized it by now. Oh, it's Rena. Rena whispered in my ear, laughing as if to admonish me. Was Ketchy-kun going to die? But even the way she spoke was repulsive beyond compare. Playing dumb? Me? About what? What do you mean? The same as Tomitaki-san. Domination be like, syringe. Everyone thought at first that it was a hit and run, except when the officer got closer to check if he was still alive. He soon noticed it wasn't a normal situation. His throat was scratched out. From a knife or something. No. Nails. Nails? Nails as in fingernails? With those gouged through? That's right. Tomitaki-san had clawed out his own throat with his own nails and died. There's no way someone could die like that. So then, for that to happen, we thought drugs were to blame, but nothing of that nature was detected. That's right. The police didn't find any drug in Tomitaki-san's system. What's going on? The police told me they didn't find any drugs in Tomitaki-san's body. Yeah. Oh, wait. Hold on. Okay. Hello. The two of them laughed together with that sickening laughter. Of course they'd laugh. To assume that such a medicine didn't exist just because the police didn't know about it was completely foolish. Meaning, the drug that caused Tomitaki-san to die in such a bizarre manner did exist? Yup. If Mion injected this into me, then that would probably be all the proof I needed. That would basically mean I'd end up the same as Tomitaki-san. Become hysterical, scratching out my throat in my last moments, then die. For such an outrageous drug to exist, for Mion to be holding it, and that I was about to be injected with it, at that moment I did not feel there was any need whatsoever to question it. What kind of idiot, when he's trying to dodge a ball flying straight for his face, has time to think of a reason as to why it's flying at him? Just give up. All right then? Mion's actions lacked any gravitas, and that made it even more terrifying. There was none of the ceremony like when someone is sentenced to death. There was no hesitation at all, as if she were brushing her teeth. I need to brush my teeth after this. Mion reached out with one hand and grabbed onto my chest. Oh no! Bad touch, bad touch, bad touch! It felt like electricity had run through the back of my head, and the entire world had gone dark. Did I stand up too fast? Or did someone hit me really hard in the back of the head? Having lost my sense of balance, I was assaulted by a wave of dizziness. Man, Mion's bad touching me. And I like Mion. But don't do that. Stranger danger! Stranger danger! I squatted down for a bit. When I came back to my senses, my entire room had changed drastically. The numbness in my head was gone, and slowly I could tell blood was flowing to my extremities again. And you can tell like that how, Ketchy-kun? I look at you in a smug glare way, but she won't do it later. How long had I been squatting here? How many minutes? Or has it been hours? It was almost as if the hands on the clock had stopped moving the entire time my eyes were closed. That's how little time passed. Really? The air in the room wasn't filled with the madness from before, only a dull silence. Rena wasn't there pinning my arms, and Mion wasn't there about to inject me with a needle. No way. Could it be? All of it was a hallucination? There was no other presence in the room besides my own. It was the weirdest experience I'd ever had. I was certainly with Rena and Mion. I doubted my sanity for a moment, but I was also seized with some sort of comfort. I guess that terrible ordeal was a hallucination. Neither Rena nor Mion, they wouldn't ever do something so terrible. My head grew hot. I could tell my emotions were welling up. Why? That wasn't a reason to cry. Why? It was sorrow. Why was I sad? I don't understand. I don't understand. Kind to everyone, not discriminating against age or gender. Mion, that Mion was sprawled by the window in an unnatural pose. Blood stained her a deep red from her head down to her chest. That bright crimson smeared on the walls, that splatter had undoubtedly come from Mion. She always had that bright smile and was kind to me from the day I transferred. Rena. That same Rena was slumped at my feet and was making the same pool of blood as Mion. I couldn't comprehend what had happened. Did someone come to save me? Then they beat these two down with this metal bat? I finally noticed the weight in my right hand. How long had it been there? Oh, Ketchy, I think you blacked. It was Satoshi's metal bat. It was covered in a deep red. There was no doubt that this was the weapon used to mutilate both of them. And I was holding that weapon. I was the only person in the house. What? I... Looking at this objectively, I couldn't think of anyone other than myself who could have done it. Wasn't me, officer. Bat did it. Bat had its own tendencies. I did not control this bat. The bat just came to life on its own, I swear. Oishi-san, it was Oyashiro-sama's curse. There, I just solved everything for you. I did nothing wrong. It was all Oyashiro-sama. Everything is true. I'm off the hook. Thank you and goodbye. Ketchy-kun's statement. Right, Puddum? Me too. It's so annoying. I did this? That's right, Ketchy-mabera. Of course I did it. I told myself gently, as if coaxing myself. Hey, me. There's no reason for you to remember it, nor is there a need to regret it. Eat or be eaten. You get that, don't you? But the blood, the blood, there's so much! Neither Rena nor Mian had moved an inch. It wasn't just a split forehead and a trickle of blood, nothing that simple. The entire room was splattered with red, and that told me it didn't end with just 2 or 3 strikes. Were they dead? Both of them? The depths of my mind were calm, but on the surface I was panicking and agitated. Calm down, Kichimabera. What happened to your usual calm self? Come on now. Do like you always do. Throw your head back and take a deep breath. Come on. Once, twice. Breathe deeply. Calm down. Calm down. I chanted that over and over in my head and relaxed. Good thing you can relax now. So that's always good. Color came back to my vision and smells reinfused the air. At the same time, I remembered what happened when I blacked out. Oh god. Oh, we're going to a flashback. We're going to a flashback. We're heading over. Rena and Mian had attacked me. They were about to inject me with whatever caused the same symptoms as Tamataki-san. But right before that happened, I fought back. I twisted my whole body and threw Rena as she was pinning my arms. Then I followed through with my spin and rammed my foot as hard as I could into Mian's torso. It was soft. Rena tried jumping on me as I tackled her as hard as I could and slammed her against the wall. I didn't let that brief moment of having them off balance slip by. Satoshi's bat that was left carelessly by the side of my desk. Relax with the 2 bodies and blood. Yeah, right? Let me just relax with the bodies and the blood just leaking from them. That's cool. That's perfectly A-okay. Bleep. At that moment, everything went pitch black. There was nothing recorded past this point in the videotape of my mind. No, that wasn't right. It wasn't that there was nothing recorded. It was recorded just fine. Just the other me inside myself had told me not to look and had turned off the TV. Just because the screen had gone black and I couldn't see it, it didn't mean that the videotape within me hadn't recorded it. The TV was just off. The video was still playing. The tape within me, creaking along, still playing. On the other end of that pitch black screen, that horrifying video was still playing on. Oh man, it's going. It's going. Compared to this, though, the scene right before my eyes, was still so difficult to take in. There was blood splattered everywhere on the walls, the 2 of them in these unnatural poses, not a sign of movement from them. I couldn't even tell if they were breathing. No matter what the circumstances were, my friends, these girls, I had attacked them. I may have even killed them, but if I hadn't done this, I would have been the one done for. Balancing that out on an imaginary scale, it felt odd that I'd even feel bad about it. Even if it was a bit excessive, this was justifiable self-defense. The proof was all here. The 2 of them collapsed here in Mion's syringe. Mion's syringe filled with some unknown drug would certainly solve the mystery surrounding the incident with Tamataki-san. And from the fact that both of these 2 were involved, they'd be able to pick out the criminals one after the other. Still, I might be suspected for this, but that was just fine. Anyway, now this should be a police affair. This wouldn't fade into the darkness like Rena's past incidents. As long as the police were involved, that should bring this to a close. They'll probably revisit their investigation on the chain of incidents. Oishi-san would definitely get to the bottom of it. Meaning, my wish of not wanting to die, of wanting to know the truth, that would be fulfilled in its most basic form. It was all of a matter of time. The doctor Rena called should be getting here soon. I'll confess everything to him. I needed to contact Oishi-san. At that moment, I remembered. Besides the doctor, a manager had been called. It was easy to imagine that they were someone deeply involved with incidents, judging from Rena and Mion's conversation. The ache in my chest, caused by the gruesome deed I'd done, dissipated rapidly. It was not over yet. This place was no longer safe. Stay calm, Ketchumabera. It's not over yet. I needed to live long enough to tell the police of this incident. At that moment, I left like I heard someone's voice from outside. Since people were speaking, it must mean there was more than one person. Oh man, things getting deep. I moved the curtain ever so slightly and peered outside. It was a bizarre sight. About 4 or 5 grown men were all gathered at the gate. They very much resembled the 2 men who had assaulted me at the dam site today. Those 2 might even be among them. There was one person there wearing a white coat, but he didn't look like a doctor at all. My gut told me he was in disguise, only posing as a doctor. That guy would probably ring the bell and get me to open the front door, pretend to be a doctor to get me to open the door, and then the rest of them would all rush in at once. At that moment, I saw the car parked behind the men, and my heart nearly skipped a beat. Oh, jeez. The white van! Oh, man, it's the van! It's the van that went and right into them! No mistaking it. That van, the one that tried to run me down, the man in the white coat entered the gate and headed towards the front door. The rest of the men hid in the bushes and watched him. Damn. I probably couldn't pretend that I wasn't home. Undoubtedly, they'd just break the window and enter. I needed to get out of here somehow. Then, use a public phone to contact Uishi-san. Then, meet up somewhere. First of all, I need a weapon. Then shoes. But before all that, there was one thing that I had to do. I had no intention of dying. I'd live and reveal the truth about this nonsensical curse of Oyashiro-sama. But what would happen from here on, regardless of how determined I was, may bring about my demise. And that was why there was one thing more important than getting out of here right now. Excuse me. I need to get the clock out quickly and take down the note hidden behind it. Damn it! The tape was sticking to it fast. Excuse me. It'd be fine if it was torn a little. This is chapter 12. I opened up the slightly torn note and began writing another passage with a ballpoint pen. If I wasn't able to inform Oishi-san, then the only thing I could rely on was this note. I never thought a piece of torn college-ruled notebook paper could be this reliable before. I had no time. I'd only write what I knew right now. We do? Oh, okay. Cool. I had no time. I'd only write what I knew right now. I needed to leave some sort of information that would lead them to uncover the truth. Rina and Mion are conspirators of the perpetrators. This was an undeniable fact. I still didn't want to believe it, but it was fact. Anyway, I'd leave all the information that would help lead them to finding the perpetrators. There were 4 or 5 adults, maybe more. They have a white van. This was everything I was able to see from the window. There may be more. Also, there was this unidentified person known as the manager. To begin with, the term manager didn't even mesh with Hinamizawa at all. If they were going to include the managers from the past incidents, then the only one is the construction foreman, the victim from the first murder, the very first victim in the chain of incidents, killed in a lynching, his body divided into 6 pieces. His right arm was never discovered. The police should have confirmed the death, but Rina and Mion did both call him manager. They said manager. They wouldn't use that term to refer to someone who was dead. The police would never even conceive that someone who was deceased could be involved. Could that be some sort of oversight? I didn't know. But even if I didn't know, it could be a hint for Oishi-san. That's right. They needed to start fresh from the first incident. It wasn't just a simple dismemberment, but the start of the string of mysterious deaths that would follow. So then, there must be something hidden there. Please reinvestigate the victim from the dismemberment incident. He is alive. His death should have been established after an autopsy. Logically, you would think as much. But was that really the case? Could it have been some sort of ploy that they were able to deceive the police with? I shouldn't jump to conclusions, but he may still be alive? Oh, I thought it only had 12 chapters. Thanks for telling me, Puddum. I appreciate it. I was wondering. I had no time to ponder that right now. Oh yeah, there's something even more important I needed to write. Tomitaki-san's death was from an unknown drug. That's right, the drug was an irreplaceable piece of evidence, no doubt. Just by having this, everything would be uncovered. I couldn't just leave that vital clue lying on the floor. This syringe is proof. Writing that down, I stuck the syringe onto the back of the clock with plenty of tape, so it absolutely would not slip out and fall to the floor firmly. Firmly! Ding dong! Oh, it ding donged for me. The bell rang. They were here. I couldn't write anymore. But even still, there was one last thing that I had to write. I have no idea why it has become like this. This may be the closest thing to the truth out of everything I wrote on this note. If you are reading this, then I am probably already dead, though you may or may not find my body. If I was going to write out everything that could happen, either dying from the curse or being demoned away. You, who are reading this, please uncover the truth. That is my only desire. I will uncover the truth. I want to know. With this, my last will and testament was complete. It wasn't certain that I was going to die, but it was my final plea, just in case. I folded the note, stuck it back onto the back of the clock, and returned the clock back to its usual spot. I couldn't help but pray. Oishi-san, if something happens to me, I leave the rest to you. After that, I gazed down silently at Rina and Mian. This was probably the last time we'd ever see each other. Rina, Mian, I really had thought all of us were friends. But why did it end up like this? I never had any fun in my previous school. I only worried about standardized test scores, about if the school I hoped to get into was where I really wanted to go or a safety net. That was all I talked about. It was a dull life. The people I called friends were also my rivals in studying, in competitions, in personal records, and standardized test scores. Everyone here taught me how unhealthy that lifestyle was. This month was really fun. Making a fuss over lunch, making a fuss over the club, making a fuss over the festival. Something hot began dripping from my face. Uncontrollable tears. I should have had no obligation to shed tears for them, but they wouldn't stop. Even if they were after my life, even if they were trying to kill me, everything that happened this month, I wouldn't forget that. Or could it be those happy days were all a facade as well? Was it all a trap, meticulously orchestrated up until today to ensure me? Could it have been that I had just arbitrarily assumed that they were my friends? That couldn't have been the case. Both Rina and Mian, they were really my friends. Those happy days, there was nothing fake or unclear about them. Someone probably forced them to try to kill me. Or their minds were taking over, possessed by the supernatural entity known as Orishiro-sama. Regardless, both Rina and Mian, they were the best friends ever. And when they were coming after me, it wasn't of their own volition. Wait, they weren't the kind of people to sell off their friends regardless of whether or not they were forced. There's no way such a thing like being possessed by Orishiro-sama could happen in reality. Then, did the real Mian and Rina come after me? What was I thinking? What a silly, dumb idea. Having beaten down both Rina and Mian, I was still debating if they were the real ones or fakes. There was no real or fake, only the reality that was before me. Rina and Mian were sprawled out at my feet. That was the only truth. I was only trying to twist the facts to my benefit, that I had beaten my friends to death. No matter how I spun it, it wouldn't change reality. Rina and Mian were both dead. For sure they're dead. It felt like there was a crack in the dam of strange emotions I was holding back. It felt like my calm state, which was nothing more than a bluff, had recorded, and in that opening, insanity was leaking out. I killed them. I killed them. Rina and Mian, I killed them. Damn, boy. Bum bum. The doorbell rang again. The unrelenting echo pulled me back into a state of composure once again. Water. The unrelenting echo pulled me back into a state of composure once again. I didn't have a moment to spare. Quickly, I needed to get away. I didn't want to die. I would uncover everything after that. The identity of whoever or whatever had pushed me this far. Even if I had to drink mud and eat grass, I would survive. I would survive. I would definitely survive. I killed Rena for that very reason. I also killed Mian. I went that far just to keep living. So I can't die. For my sake and for the sake of the late Rena and Mian, I have to survive. I ran towards the door and grabbed my shoes. The doorbell rang again as if to urge me on. Behind this single, solitary door, they were there. Keeping quiet, I headed towards the kitchen, headed towards the back door. Before opening the back door, I put my ear to it and checked for people outside. No one? After I put on my shoes, I opened the door slowly so as to not make a sound. There he is! The back door! Oh shit! A piercing voice echoed out. That voice stabbed through me, setting my hair on end. Oh wait, I'm dumb for... Oh. Not. I had to run. Get out of here, Ketchy! One after the other, I felt stuff like rationale and intelligence, those things you use when you have time to spare, spill out of me. I didn't feel any pain from the branches scratching my arms and forehead. My autonomously pulsing heart also felt neither fatigue nor pain. My entire being just wished to live. There was nothing else it desired. It probably had no complaints whatsoever, so of course I wouldn't feel fatigue. Yeah, so is it 12 chapters in part 1? I think it's just 12, but it says 13 as well. So I think there's 13. I think this is for this part. Yeah, but I don't know. Hold on. When we reach that point, I'll see. I just ran, just recklessly rushing in the direction I was already headed. Even if nobody was chasing after me, I'd still be running like this. There wasn't a thought in my mind about where I was headed. Turning around, I felt a presence right next to me. That presence was, without a doubt, chasing me like my shadow. If I look even one misstep, I would be devoured. That's what I thought. So I didn't turn around. I didn't stop. I ran at full speed. Wow, full speed. Quack, 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 quack. That was the chirping of the Higurashi telling me it was evening, trying to tell me something, and then I finally heard it. The wailing cry of the victims who didn't make it. Would I be joining them? He becomes speed. Quack, 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 quack. Only the Higurashi knew. They knew everything. They definitely knew. So I ran towards where I could hear more of the Higurashi's chirps, but the farther I ran, the farther away their chirping became. I couldn't get near them. Why are you all running away? Was it my fault? Was I the one to blame? Then I'll apologize. I'm sorry. 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 I felt that only the Higurashi knew. Ooh. Felt like the Higurashi only knew. Hmm. Chased by shadows. There's more. The smoking room was filled with a cloud of cigarette smoke. The expensive smoke filter gave off some crackling electric noise, but it didn't seem like it was doing anything at all. Why do smokes why do smokers have to be shoved so far down this corridor where the sun didn't even reach? I recalled hearing that the tax revenue from tobacco was about 10. We were the most heavily taxed members of this municipality, so I really wish they'd show us a little more respect. Why would you discard the five manzu there? It's just decreasing your options. One of the younger detectives was having a staring contest with the Mahjong magazine next turn. Interesting.
You're still in Tempeh if you cut the 5-man zoo.
If you're betting on a Heidi, then shouldn't you be going into it with a Mangan? Magan?
Kuma-chan, look at the pond. They all discarded a 5-man zoo. It's a safe tile. You'd hate if, at the end game, someone was sitting on a Tempai on the last turn, wouldn't you?
Maybe. The kid let out another groan, put out his cigarette, then took out another one. I just don't agree. Why would you reduce your own options?
By the way, you can't call Ron with your winning tile in that Heidi.
I can't pronounce that, I'm sorry. What? Why is that? Just then, I heard a voice coming from down the hall. Are you here, Oishi-san? You have a call from a civilian.
Whoa, ain't that something? Well, see you soon.
Okay, bye. Well, why can't you call Ron on it? Hold on for a second, Oishi-san. The man sitting in the seat Oishi-san was heading towards waved at the telephone receiver. Might you double the time? Ooh, exciting. Outside line. From a payphone.
Oh, why thank you. Sorry to keep you waiting. This is Uishi. Who is it?
Ah, Oishi-san? Hello?
If this isn't Mabera-san, why good evening.
From the tone of Mabara-kun's voice, I already knew he was in a predicament. This was the first time American had phoned me,
And he was calling from a payphone. Please calm down. Did something happen?
Uh, well, ah!
His voice was erratic over the line. He had completely lost his sense of composure. After checking that nobody else could hear, I prompted him in a hushed tone. What happened?
I.
Calm down, Mabera-san. I can have the local officer head to your location. I'll be there soon, too.
I think that's impossible. His voice was quivering and hoarse. He wasn't surrounded by people even as he was making this call, was he? Oh no. What's going on?
Mabera-san, you're calling from a payphone right now, right? Where is that payphone?
There was no other sounds besides Mabura-kun's voice. It had to be a phone booth. I scratched out a note and thrust it at my colleague sitting across from me. Hinamazawa, phone booth. He understood quickly and hastily started on the internal lines.
Calm down, Mabera-san. What is your current situation?
It usually wasn't a good idea to tell someone panicking to do so, but this was not a usual case. Mabera-kun didn't just get in trouble, get away, and then call me. He was in the midst of something dangerous right now, but yelling at Mabera-kun right now would just needlessly cause him to even be more frantic. Mabera-kun wasn't just calling to seek help. He was trying to tell us something more than that. And whatever that was, if I didn't get it from the call, I was certain there would never be another chance. Nope, because Kechi-kun would probably be dead. My colleague pushed a note in front of me. There's only one booth in Hinamazawa. A patrol car is on the way. 5 minutes.
That's too long. How many officers are in there?
2.
Not enough.
If it was as I imagined, there were only likely quite a few people surrounding Mabera-kun. 5 minutes was too long.
Did you call the officer stationed in Hinamazawa?
He's scheduled to be on patrol. They're currently out, and it'll be impossible to contact them.
God damn. Kuma-chan, bring the car around.
Understood.
Hello, Oishi-san?
Cough, cough.
Hello? It's alright. I could hear you loud and clear.
There was something wrong with Mabera-kun. That wasn't a normal coughing sound. Vomiting? Or was it blood? Had he already been attacked? Was he injured? Mabera-san, the police are on their way. They'll be there in a couple minutes, so hold on somehow. Hello? Can you hear me?
Mabera-san, I could hear on the other end of the line that he was having a coughing fit.
Oh, okay. That's cool. The worst possible situation popped into my head.
Mabera-san, who is the culprit? How many are there?
I thought at first the culprit was human. Hack. Wear mask! I couldn't tell if that was a cough or vomiting. Are you alright, Mabera-san? I don't want to do his voice the entire time. I'm getting tired of doing his voice. But while this is happening, I'm gonna go potty because I really need to go to the bathroom. I will be right back. Hi everyone. I don't know what she's munching on or what she's trying to tell you. That was strange. Hi username, welcome to the stream. Welcome. Thank you for joining. Thank you. I appreciate it a lot. I hope you're having a nice night, day, or whatever time it is for you. Yes. This according to my session it's 4 hours 33 minutes. It passed 4 hours. I wasn't expecting this to be so long, but it's very long. And I hope that's okay for everyone. I'm at 5. We are getting to 5. Oh, 5. Hungry? We're gonna make it, bros. We're gonna make it. Let's go. Man, that little break was nice. Just going to the bathroom and stretching. I also brushed my teeth and stuff. So, yeah, my teeth are all clean. Because aliens also need to brush their teeth. Hi, Dragon. Yes? Z Dragon Z2? I was about to ask if you've taken. Yeah, I went to the bathroom just now. That sounds super fun. Cooking stream at 200? That sounds really fun. I want to do a cooking stream really bad. I need to figure out how to set everything up, though. I just don't know how to at the moment. So, uh, I know what I can do. I know what I can do. I have an idea, so I can do it here. It's fine. Everything will be fine. I have an idea. I just need to see if it will work. You'll get to see Mighty hands. That's right. It's too late and okay, T Dragon. I hope you have a nice rest of your night and stuff. Don't oversleep, please. That would be bad. That would be bad if you oversleep. It was really fun. Thank you for joining. So far, it was a little less than 2 hours, and it was. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just going. But let's keep going. Let's keep going. I don't want to do the voice anymore because that's really tiring me out. So I'm sorry about that. I thought the culprit was a person and not Oshiro-sama's curse, up until right now. But I guess in the end, hack. It was an intense bout of coughing, then vomiting. But I guess Oshiro-sama does exist. No, he's here. Mabara-san, please calm down. I had been thinking it was strange for a while now. It's been following me this whole time. I run and run and run and run. Oh no, Kichi-kun got nicked. Bye, Dragon. Have a nice night. Have good sleep. Hopefully you don't oversleep. It's been following me. I run, but it just sticks to me like my shadow, but slowly, so slowly, it's digging itself into my back. Mabara-san, are they? Right now, perhaps. Right behind you? Behind me? Right behind me? Please, Mabara-san, I can tell you're scared. But please, who is it that's right behind you? I can't just look behind me. If I do, I'll. I understand that you're scared. But please tell me, you just need to turn around a bit. Who is it? Who is behind you, Mabara-san? Right after I said that, I could hear him vomiting intensely. What followed was a nightmarish sound. Mabara-san, it couldn't be that you're clawing out your own throat? There was no answer, but I could hear something like scratching. Oh geez, it's getting intense. There was a bang, as if something was being hit. Mabara-kun had probably dropped the receiver. I could hear groaning and vomiting over on the other end, and a repeating abnormal noise. Hello? Hello! Mabara-san! Hello! I knew how far away my voice would sound on the other end, but I couldn't help but shout. At that moment, I heard whispering, coming from the other end. I couldn't tell what he was saying. From the way he was saying it, it was like talking to himself? Or was he talking to someone out there? Hello? Mabara-san! Rather than whispering, I was some kind of mantra he was chanting over and over. I focused my senses trying to pick up what he was saying. Was it I'm sorry? What was he repeating? What exactly? Beep. Suddenly, the line went dead. Did he use up his time? It was because it was a payphone. Ah, it was because it cut out so abruptly. The last thing he said came out so clearly in my mind. Oishi-san, the car is good to go. Oishi-san. It was. I'm sorry. Oishi-san? That's what he was repeating over and over. He said, I'm sorry. I had a gut feeling. There was no longer a need to hurry. I could hear the chirp of the Higurashi spilling in from the open window. Quee, 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 quee. I should have been able to hear them this entire time. I just wasn't paying any attention. Why did I focus on them all of a sudden? Quee, 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 quee. Were they trying to tell me something? Only the Higurashi knew. That's how I felt. Oh man. Only the Higurashi knew. We don't know. July 1983. In Hinamazawa, a remote village near Shishibone City, there was a murder involving. Yo, that was too fast. The suspect called over his two female classmates to his house and beat them to death with a metal bat. He didn't call them over. The scene of the crime was the suspect's room on the second floor of his house. The inside of the room was covered with a significant quantity of splattered blood, and there were signs of a struggle with the victims. In addition to the scene of the crime, the entryway, living room, and kitchen all had traces of a struggle. At the entryway, the shoe rack and wall had evidence of being impacted by a strong, blunt force. It is believed to have been the same bat as the murder weapon. Having no traces of blood, it is believed the destruction occurred before the murders. There is the possibility that the suspect overpowered his victims to keep them from fleeing. In the living room, the rug had been pulled back, then thrown aside. It is hard to believe that this had a connection to the struggle with the victims, and thus the reason for this remains unknown. Oh shit. In the kitchen, the garbage bag was torn apart and its contents were spread out on the floor. Garbage was strewn about in the surrounding area, and handprints believed to belong to the suspect were discovered. It is believed that the suspect had, for some reason, taken out the garbage and struck it with his fists. The reason for this remains unknown. It fucking probably looks so confusing. In addition, there was a note stuck into the fridge. The words, "Was there a needle?" were written on it. The meaning behind this remains unclear. Just in case, the garbage was searched, but a needle was not discovered. Though the garage door was functional, it had been left open ever since the suspect moved in. The garage door was found closed. The suspect's fingerprints were discovered on the garage door. The reason behind this remains unknown. Yeah, they just started to move on its own. It's fine. The suspect fled the scene of the crime. However, a patrolling officer. At the time of discovery, the suspect was unconscious in critical condition. He was rushed to the local hospital for treatment, but did not regain consciousness and died 24 hours later. Who? I totally missed that part. The results of the autopsy indicate the immediate cause of death had been hypovolemic shock. It was determined that the suspect had clawed, it's him, of his own throat with his fingernails, and the resulting bleeding caused his death. With the similarity to the death of Tamaki-san the prior week, the police believe there to be a connection and have opened an investigation. However, due to the wishes of local authorities, it will be a confidential investigation. Due to the abnormal nature of the death, it was suspected that the drugs were involved, but as with Tamaki-san, no traces for drugs. What prompted all this remains inexplicable. As such, this case is being treated as an act committed on impulse. However, with several accounts of the suspect's bizarre behavior leading up to the incident, it is possible that this was premeditated. Separated from his group of friends, isolation, and inexplicable behavior, several days before the incident, the suspect began carrying around a metal bat. The suspect was observed as playing aggressive behavior, as well as talking to himself at school. His classmates had eventually heard. 2 days before the incident, the suspect declared to his parents the possibility of his death. Due to these circumstances, the police have begun an investigation on the possibility that this crime was not committed on impulse, but was instead planned several days in advance. Afterwards, a note was found in the suspect's room that he had written himself. The note was written on 2 sheets from a B5 college rule notebook that had each been torn in half, and as if trying to conceal it, was stuck behind hidden clock. The contents as written in. The police believe it to be strongly related to the incident, because it is. The police changed their line of investigation based on the possibility that the subject was involved in some sort of incident himself. However, no further clues were found, casting doubt on the credibility of the note. Was the crime impulsive or premeditated? With the situation unclear and no further developments, the case has been labeled as unresolved. However, the following year, suspicion arose regarding the nature of the note. The note was not written on two halves of B5 paper from two separate sheets, but was originally a single sheet of B5 paper. In order to erase several lines from the middle, someone had torn them out. Oh. Oh. Judging from the size of the letters, the missing section is estimated to be 2-3 lines. It is highly probable that the person who eliminated the lines in question is not the suspect. In addition, judging from traces of large quantities of cellophane tape being stuck at the back of the clock, speculation that something other than the note was stuck there has arisen. Oh, it's gone! They took it! The person who first discovered the crime was a detective rumored to have a connection with this incident. Oishi. He underwent voluntary questioning but denies involvement in any damages to the note. The suspect's note. What happened? I, Kakechi Mabera, am in fear for my life. I do not know why they are after my life. The only thing I do know is that it has to do with Oishiro-sama's curse. Rina and Mian are conspirators of the perpetrators. There are 4 or 5 adults, maybe more. They have a white van. This is all on the first sheet. Everything below this has been ripped out. This is from the second sheet. Everything above this has been ripped out. I have no idea why it has become like this. If you are reading this, then I am probably already dead. Though the only difference may be the presence or lack of a body. You, who are reading this, please uncover the truth. That is my only desire. Kechi Mabera, and the syringe and the truth got both taken away with Kechi's death. Wow. This was a long one. Interesting. A new scenario has been unlocked. All cast review session has become available. To play it, select extra on the title menu and then pick the all cast review session. Interesting. But then when I go to extra, is that what chapter jump is? Or was that uh there's okay, I guess. Never mind. That was it. That was it. We did it. All cast review session? I don't know what this is. Oh, I don't have enough voice strength for this. Uh, have you seen the older character models? Yes, I have. I have seen the older character models for this game. I don't have enough voice to do that. Thank you. What? Okay. So, yeah, before leave, raid. We are going to raid somebody. We are going to find somebody to raid, okay? So, let's go find somebody to raid. Okay. I love them too. They're adorable. Okay, how do I do this? Raid channel. Alright. Ooh. We're gonna raid. Yeah, we're gonna raid Lily. Let's go. I don't know if I'm doing this right. Uh, is it working? Raid now. This is a raid, but I don't know. Is it working? Is it working? Almost 5 hours. It was really fun. Thank you.
Didn't. Okay, I gotcha. I gotcha. Oh, you don't know how to get to the video. Oh, hello, Maichi. Yeah, it's working. I think. You can't hear me. Um. I, no, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Technology is finicky. I know you've just started streaming on Twitch, and I hope you. I wish you the best in that, honestly. Um. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I hope your evening is going well. Yeah, I love streaming on Twitch. It's so much fun, and I've met a lot of wonderful people through it too. Yeah, it's easier to interact with people here, I believe, and that's why I like it a lot because, especially because of like low latency streams, which is what I have mine set to. Where like I try to minimize the chat delay so I can try to respond to people in real time. Because that's what I'm here for. I'm here for the people. Um, speaking of, I have karaoke planned for some point tonight. And then I have announcements planned for the end of the stream. Um, or one announcement, one big announcement, and one slightly little announcement. Yeah. Mhm. Mhm. I might as well do the little announcement first. Um, my birthday's been good.